I think the question all men want to know, it's a very basic one, is what do women want? It's a very heavy one. There's a lot to it, right?
There is a lot to that. That was the greatest mystery to Freud and the fathers of psychology. The true and unsatisfying answer is women want what they want. And the secondary to that is women want what other women want. Often women want what other women want more than they want what's best for themselves. This has to do with the fact that both men and women are playing two different games simultaneously. Both sexes are playing their own intrasexual status games, and they're also playing intersexual power games. And it's very difficult for a man to win both of those games or a woman to win both of those games simultaneously. For instance, a man could potentially simp powerfully for a woman and be at her beck and call and yes dear, sweetheart, and buy her flowers and roses, and that might work in the short term to attract a woman into a relationship. But that man isn't going to be elevated in status within his own intrasexual hierarchy. So other men aren't really going to look at that behavior admiringly, and that's going to be potentially a liability for that person. By the same token, a lot of modern women are in this trap where some of the behavior that might work to get them the kind of relationship they want from the men they want to have that relationship with is frowned upon by their fellow woman. It's basically the equivalent of simping in men. And the equivalent of simping in men for women is anything that has to do with, let's say, traditional reactionary feminine behavior. That I am going to be submissive for a man. That I am going to wait for him. That's how it used to be, where a woman, I mean, what was that in the Odyssey, where Penelope waited for 20 years for Odysseus to come home, and all of the suitors of Greece had taken over her house, and she still refused to believe that Odysseus was dead? I mean, that's a model for feminine loyalty that, I mean, it's a myth, but it's something that you don't see so often anymore. The idea that I'm going to serve a man or make his life easier or do any kind of domestic help, all of these things would be seen as almost a betrayal of her gender at this point. And so even though those behaviors might instrumentally help her get the kind of relationship she wants with the man she wants to have that relationship with, it would come at the cost of, let's say, the respect of the women that she's competing against in her own intersexual status games. So this is kind of how we get into our own ways these days.
All right, and you have a YouTube channel called Psych Hacks, which is, I believe, is going to be it's going to be the hottest YouTube channel in the world. I think it's just the most fascinating thing I've ever seen on YouTube. One of your talks is on how is it titled? A woman can get any man she wants.
How to get any man you want. Yes, yeah. And it's geared towards women.
And there are three steps to that, right? Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that.
Sure. First of all, I'll go a little bit more what I say in those three videos because this is important. There are two general approaches to dating, and I call them hunting and fishing. Hunting is where you can target a very specific person for a potential relationship and, pursue that one person. Fishing is more or less you cast a wide net and you develop optionality and you choose the best option that also has already chosen you. And I think it's actually in most women's best interests to hunt. Women can hunt in the dating market much better than men can. This is due to the fact that there is an enormous asymmetry between men and women's openness to a sexual relationship. I'm going to take a little bit detour. I'm going to get back to your question. One of my all-time favorite psychological studies took place on a college campus a few decades ago. And the researchers were trying to examine men and women's differential attitudes towards casual sex. And what they did is they got an attractive young college man and an attractive young college woman, and they basically memorized the same script and went up to members of the opposite sex on campus. And the script was basically like, hey, I've seen you around school. I think you're very attractive. Would you like to come to bed with me? Something like that. Women are always saying, I want an honest guy. I want a guy to tell me what his true intentions are. This is about as honest and true as a guy can get. How many women do you think responded yes to that overture?
Oh, they're all going to say no.
100%. 100% of the women approached. That's a 0% success rate, said they were not interested. In fact, many of them got offended and angry at the supposition.
And what happened with the women?
When the woman approached men, 75% said yes.
Only 75.
Well, that's probably because the other 25% were looking for where the hidden camera was, because this was such a strange and unusual circumstance. They knew that something was up about this, and so they probably, their spidey sense was tingling, and so they holstered it and they did the socially acceptable response. That's my interpretation anyway. So the fact of the matter is that most women could just go up to a guy and offer to initiate a sexual relationship, and she is overwhelmingly likely to get a positive response. Now, women generally respond, well, Orion, that's just sex. I don't want to just have a sexual relationship with a guy. I want to have an emotional relationship. I want to have a committed relationship. And I say, okay, that's fine. But how else are you going to get the foot in the door? It's like, you have to understand, women, that sex is like the Trojan horse that gets you into the gates of the city. That's what allows men to open up and let you in. Now, if they let you in and then they just kick you out, well, that was a blown opportunity. Like, once you're in, there are things that you can and should do to stay there. But you can't do those things until he lets you in. And the way to be let in to the gates of the city is to provide a sexual opportunity. And most men are willing to have sex with most women, whereas the converse is certainly not true. That's why women can hunt. And that's why women should hunt. They should target specific men. They should do their research. They should try to do as much stalking, broadly defined on their target as possible. They need to know, who is this guy? What is he like? What is he not like? What are his foibles? What's his reputation like? The more information that she has, the more that she can bait her hook with for that particular man. And of course, the most succulent, juicy bait is a sexual opportunity. Okay? So, once a woman has decided that this is the man that she would like to target for a relationship, there's a few things that she has to do. One is she needs to make it clear that she is open to a sexual relationship, that she is not going to put up much resistance at all. There's a kind of an art to this. If a woman just kind of goes up to a guy and says, I'm yours, that's going to be kind of unusual, and it's going to make the guy potentially standoffish. So women have to put themselves in front of the guy, just like in olden days, where they would kind of drop the handkerchief and bend over, and the guy would be like, my lucky day, We often think of men initiating, but often women initiate the initiation. You understand? Mm-hmm. And if a woman is just waiting for a guy to do that, and she's not initiating the initiation, I don't have a lot of sympathy, because she's sitting on this incredible gender-specific success rate that has to do with initiation, okay? So a woman needs to make it clear that she is open to a sexual relationship with a guy, because that's the Trojan horse to get into the city. And in general, to keep a man, it's important for a woman to not just offer a sexual opportunity, but to be the nastiest, sluttiest version of herself possible. And there's a number of good reasons for why this is true. First of all, and foremost, men, whether or not it's true, but it's mostly true, men gauge a woman's interest and attraction in him by what she is willing to do with him sexually. It's been very well documented, and I think all men understand this on like a gut level, that women will do more things faster in the bedroom with men that they like and they're attracted to than with men that they are not. And so when a woman is the nastiest, sluttiest version of herself possible, what she's functionally communicating with her behavior, which is the only thing that really matters, not with her words, but with her actions, that you are the most desirable man I've ever met. And I am willing to break the rules for you that I strongly and rigidly enforce with all other men. And that's going to play to a man's ego, which is a trap for men, but women should absolutely use that to their advantage whenever possible. I mean, all's fair in love and war, right? That's going to make the man feel like he's a king of the boudoir. He's going to feel like, and it's going to put him in his masculine. All good things, because when a man is put into his masculine and he feels that there is a beautiful woman who is sexually submissive to him, it triggers his instinct to protect and to provide. Which, how does that not redound to the woman's benefit? You know what I'm saying? It's actually a very easy con on the part of the women.
I don't know a guy that wouldn't fall for that.
It's very hard to do, man. So, by being the nastiest, sluttiest version of yourself possible, women are communicating that I'm willing to break the rules for you because I'm putting you above all other men, which is going to stimulate his ego and put him into that position. Now, that's also going to keep him coming back. You have to understand that one of my very first episodes years ago was everyone is unique and everyone is replaceable. Both of those things are true. That's one of the paradoxes of being alive. You are a unique individual. No one like you has ever existed before and will never exist again. But once you're gone, people will be making interviews like this. And once I'm gone, people will be sitting here answering questions like this. And that's how the whole game continues forever. And thank God for that, or else everything would come crumbling down on some level. So bad for the individual, but good for society and the perpetuation of the game. Let's put it that way. So if a woman simply provides a run-of-the-mill sexual opportunity, that's very easy to replace. And the fact of the matter is that sex in today's marketplace is extremely cheap. It's cheap because sex must now precede commitment. There's a whole other spiel I can give you about why that's the case, but let's table that for now because I still want to answer your question.
That's changed since our parents' generation, perhaps.
It's changed in the last 60 years, and the main instigator of the change was birth control. A 2-minute sidebar. The reason why commitment had to precede sex for so long is because the threat of pregnancy always loomed large. And in that day, it was extremely difficult, if not impossible, for a woman to earn her own money and to survive in society without the protection or provision of a man or a governmental program that served as its surrogate. And all of those things have changed. The reason why commitment was required before sex was because the stakes of a woman becoming pregnant outside of marriage were extremely high, and it was upheld socially because if that man couldn't be persuaded or coerced to commit, then that single unwed mother and her children would have become society's problem. So all of these things have changed. Women can and do earn their own money. There are all kinds of governmental programs to subsidize single mothers. Men, whether they commit to this arrangement or not, are legally required to give women child support for the children that they sire. in some cases, even for the children that they don't. So the circumstances for requiring commitment prior to sex have shifted. And once a few women started to be okay with a sexual relationship prior to an exclusive commitment or marriage, once a critical mass was reached, then functionally all other women had to do the same in order to remain competitive within the sexual marketplace. Because in today's day and age, if you were to go out on a first date with a woman and she were to insist, well, I'm not going to have sex until I get married, especially if she's not a virgin, she's going to price herself out of the sexual marketplace. That's going to be too expensive for any given man when there's a woman 2 swipes away who's going to be willing to go home with him for a drink or two. So that's the situation that we live in, for better or for worse. So sex is kind of the standard. We used to say, why buy the cow if you can get the milk for free, right? Well, that presumes that milk wasn't being freely distributed in the pasture. But now that milk is freely being distributed in the pasture, you have to give milk. Not because milk will motivate anyone to make the sale, but because not providing milk is going to be in a strange absence. It's going to be more expensive for the buyer in a way that none of the competitors are requiring. Okay? So this is the world that we live in, for better or for worse. So when women provide a sexual opportunity, it's a good idea to not just be a run-of-the-mill sexual opportunity. Because let me tell you, I've worked with thousands of men in my private practice and in my consultations. And men fall in love with strippers, men fall in love with prostitutes, men fall in love with women with personality disorders every single day. Why is that? Is it because these women love them so much? Is it because they're kind? Is it because they're supportive or virtuous? No, it's because they fuck these men to the point where their brains start to melt. Okay? And when a man has brain melting, face skewing, life altering sex, it's like a drug. And it's like all that guy can think about. And that guy isn't gonna just hit and quit a woman who does the freaky nasty shit for him because he knows he can't get that on any street corner.
It's the second time I've laughed in 8,000 interviews. The first time was last week.
So, does this make sense to you?
It makes perfect sense.
Okay, so they used to say that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. It's actually just a few inches lower. And there's no reason why, all these are like behaviors. There's no reason why a non-stripper / prostitute / borderline couldn't learn to do some of the things in the bedroom that these women tend to do and to get men obsessed with them. Okay? So once you target a man and you provide this sexual opportunity and you're the nastiest, sluttiest version of yourself, then you have an in. Like you're within the city and you're not going to be kicked out anytime soon. You're not going to be pumped and dumped if you're an amazing, over-the-top sexual experience. Okay? It's very, very important. And you don't want to do this with everybody because that just is a race to the bottom too, because it becomes harder and harder to be the nasty, sluttiest version of yourself if you do that with every single guy. That's why you have to do your homework and you want to hunt and you want to target specific men. It's important to be very selective as a woman because men have all a very understandable, but from a woman's perspective, extremely frustrating double standard with respect to female chastity. Chastity is something that they would highly prize in a wife and don't want to see anything in a casual lover. But the fact of the matter is that the pathway to become a wife for the vast majority of women is through the casual lover route. Most women will see this happening. They'll be with a guy casually for some months, maybe even some years, and then the guy will catch feelings. Usually guys, it takes a little bit longer for them to catch feelings. And then they'll start to ask questions. How many guys have you been with? What's your family like? Patrice O'Neill had this great joke once where his girlfriend had been with him for 7 years and he had been with her for 4. Like, it took 3 years for him to kind of like see that woman as his girlfriend, you know? And that's when the relationship begins to shift. And that's when the guy starts to become a little bit more possessive, potentially. You know, don't go out to the club, or why are you dressed like that? They're not going to act like that on the first date. They're just looking to smash, right? So the fact of the matter is, most men don't show up on first dates thinking, oh, please, Jesus, Allah Buddha, make this the last date I ever have to go on. I'm ready for the one. I'm ready for my wife. I want to settle down today. They're thinking, I hope she mostly looks like her pictures and she lets me smash. That's what most guys are thinking. And so to get, and a lot of women, when they show up to their first date, they're not thinking, I sure hope this guy just buys me a couple drinks, uses me sexually, and never calls me again. You know? And yet, that can happen, right? So it's like, most women don't show up on a date thinking or expecting that they're going to go back to a guy's house and have sex. And yet that happens all the time, right? Why? Because that guy had a plan, that guy had some game, and that guy was moving interaction in the direction of that kind of relationship. The same thing happens for the committed relationships that women want. They don't just happen. They happen because a woman had a plan, she had some game, and she was guiding the relationship in the direction of that kind of encounter. Very few guys are going to give that voluntarily, just like very few women are just handing out sex to guys just because they want it, right? Wanting is free. It costs nothing to want things. My wanting sex from women has never persuaded any single woman to give it to me in my entire life. Why would a woman wanting commitment or marriage or exclusivity or etc., why should that motivate me in and of itself to give that to her? Like, there has to be some back and forth, there has to be some strategy, and there has to be some, the value proposition has to make sense.
So, to boil down the transaction that's hopefully taking place, the woman is looking for a commitment and a better lifestyle, and the man is looking for an attractive sexual partner.
Most guys don't get beyond that. That's right. They're like, I just thought I wanted to have sex. That's why I called you up. You looked hot.
And eventually, hopefully, they develop feelings.
Often. Not always.
Not always.
But yeah. I mean, what did Hannibal Lecter say? We covet what we see every day. So it's like, and there's the psychological term for that, I think, is the mere exposure effect, which is the well-documented phenomenon that people just feel more positively towards people, brands, ideas that they see every day. That's part of why marketing works, is that if I give you 2 brands and you've heard of this one and you haven't heard of this one, you're going to feel more positively disposed towards this one just because you're familiar with it. In fact, a great deal of dating and the emotion attached to that is really just familiarity as opposed to, let's say, love. But I digress. Okay, so a woman's in. She's now being the nastiest, sluttiest version of herself. So how can she convert that into the kind of relationship that she wants? The key is to stay there. The key to deepen the intimacy of that relationship beyond a pure sexual dynamic is for the woman to become useful. She has to be of use to the man in order to justify her introduction into increasingly intimate circles of his lifestyle. So let's go out on a limb and say that the men that the women are generally targeting for their relationships are not just like schmoes who are sleeping on the couch in their parents' basement. These are generally guys who are successful, who are rich, who are high status, who have prestigious professions. Maybe they're famous. Like, these women weren't there for this guy's struggles. They weren't there for when he was up and coming. They're targeting him now because of his fully extrapolated lifestyle. Okay? That's basically the biggest bait that men can use to attract women is lifestyle. The joke is basically that men want the Barbie doll. That's it. You know, we'll take the clothes off and we want the doll. Don't tell me the name, don't tell me the story, we just want the doll. And what women want is all the shit the Ken doll comes with. That's why there's Cowboy Ken, and there's Stockbroker Ken, and there's Malibu Stacy Ken. And they'll throw the Ken away, and they'll just play with the accessories in the dream house. And that's why the gendered complaints always fall along the lines of the man is just using me, the woman, for sex, and the woman is just using me, the man, for my resources and won't even fuck me. I have never, ever in my life heard a woman complain to me, I pay for the house, I pay for the car, I gave him the kids that he wanted, and he still won't touch me. I've never heard that, not even once. And I've never heard a man complain that he was just being used by a woman sexually. I sometimes in my past I've wondered if I just wasn't attractive enough to be used sexually by a woman. I mean, I think it might even be kind of a refreshing change of pace. And that's an interesting failure, intersexual understanding, that men don't often see the problem of being sexually objectified because they think it's a compliment. But I can see how it would be uncomfortable for women to be sexually objectified by men that they don't want to be sexually objectified by. So once you're in, you want to be useful. This guy has been targeted by you because he's got a lot going on. Don't create problems for him, because the more you rock the boat, the more time, energy, and attention he has to take away from everything that's working, which is why you're there, is to enjoy the extrapolated lifestyle, to focus on you. So don't rock the boat, don't make any unnecessary problems, and then look around. Like, open your eyes, open your ears, listen to the guy. The guy will tell you all the time where he's struggling, where he still needs assistance, where his bottlenecks happen to be, and then just start to help him. Just start to help him. If you see that something needs to be done and no one else is doing it, congratulations, you've just been elected, you know? And why would you do this? Because I know a lot of women out there thinking, Ryan, this is a terrible idea. I'm gonna have to what am I getting out of all this? I don't know, I have to do all this stuff for a man? Well, what you're getting out of this is job security. Because the idea here is, once you start to do things in an instrumental way that are necessary for the maintenance and the propagation of this man's lifestyle, you become essentially indispensable to the whole machinery. It would be very difficult or painful to extricate you from all of the good stuff that guy has. That's where he's vulnerable, where he needs help. Because if you show up, don't see that as like a chore, see that as an opportunity. Well, I'll take care of that. That's great. Because it gives you one more purchase into that life. If you can take care of that, it's going to be very, very difficult to get rid of you. And it also means that you're going to be around more and more, and you're going to be privy to increasingly levels of intimacy in his lifestyle. And that's basically how you achieve de facto commitment and exclusivity from a man.
And you're integrating yourself into his life, and you're also the best sexual partner he's probably ever had.
That man is never going to fucking leave you. If you fuck his brains out, don't cause problems, and help him, and men are not difficult. You can get any man that you want and keep him if you do those things. He could be a millionaire, he could be a billionaire, he could be an athlete, he could be a celebrity, he could be a neurosurgeon, he could be a rock star, whatever floats your boat. That's what you do.
But there's still one thing a woman can do to screw it up.
Yes, so women got in touch with me and they said, Orion, I tried all those things and it still didn't work. And I believed them. Some women do those things. I mean, there are certainly some women out there, I mentioned some of them, who know exactly what sexual buttons to push in a man to turn him into jelly. And they are great with, let's say, the love bombing, and they show up and they over-deliver. with what they're willing to do in the context of that relationship. Maybe they don't do it quite long enough to really be fully integrated into his lifestyle, but they do those things. A lot of women, unfortunately, can snatch defeat from the jaws of success by doing one thing. And that one thing is disrespecting men. This is what I call the unbreakable rule. A woman can never, ever, ever allow herself to disrespect the man that she wants to be in a long-term committed relationship with. And there's a number of reasons for that, but one of the least appreciated ones is that if a woman allows herself to disrespect this man and he allows that as well, then over time, the dynamic of that relationship will shift to the point where that woman is functionally with a shell of a man that is no longer a person that she can respect or be attracted to. And that's generally when she looks for the door. So disrespecting a man usually provokes conflict, which rocks the boat, which goes against the things that I was talking about earlier. And it decreases a woman's own attraction for a man, especially if he doesn't respond effectively. And what do they say in the Bible? It's like a wise woman builds her house with her hands and tears it down with her mouth. It's like a lot of women will open their mouth and talk their way out of the relationship that they could have had with the men who actually wanted to have it with them. And they do this because in the moment they might be frustrated or impatient. So it's emotional regulation and self-soothing. Women also disrespect men in less obvious ways. I mean, obvious ways are verbal abuse, criticism, physical abuse, mocking, especially in front of other people. But a woman can also disrespect a man by demanding explanations, by interrogating him. These are forms of disrespect because they play inappropriately with power differentials. The right to demand an explanation, the right to ask questions always goes from the high to the low. It never goes the other way around. Just think about the military. If I were your commanding officer and I called you in and I told you about a mission, you wouldn't have the right to ask me a bunch of questions before you decided whether you were going to accept the mission. You know, that would be insubordination and it wouldn't be tolerated. So there is a way to get the kind of information that you want from a man without interrogating, without shaming, without demanding. You do not have to always agree with a man. That would be impossible because we men do all kinds of boneheaded things all the fucking time. So women do not have to approve of a guy, but they absolutely have to find ways to disapprove, disagree, without disrespecting. And that's absolutely something that can be possible. The general rule of thumb is if you wouldn't say that in that way to your boss, if you were interested in keeping your job, you shouldn't say that to a man.
So that was some great advice for the women. What do men need to provide in order to find the woman they want? It seems the ability to provide a better lifestyle is the number one thing a woman is looking for, right?
Oh, generally, yes. So women treat men the way men treat jobs. And this will help men not take the dating process as personally as they might otherwise. Think of it this way. You might, as a man, have no problems at your current employment. You might feel that you're perfectly happy there. But if one day a recruiter called up and said, "Hey, Orion, I got an offer for you. Would you be interested in coming over to this company? We'll triple your salary. We'll give you unlimited paid time off. We'll give you a promotion. And we'll make sure that you never have to work on any of the projects you don't want to work on ever again."
I'll take it.
you're at least going to consider that offer strongly. And the vast majority of people are going to say, you know what, there's no problem here, but I have to do this for my career. And that's what a lot of guys hear, especially when they're young, when the women break things off, because in the vast majority of cases, that's what women do. They say something like, you know, you were great. I don't have any complaints about this. I just have to do this for me. This is something that I need to do for myself right now. It's the same thing. And everybody will understand at that company that this was the right move for your career. No one is going to say, oh, after all we've done for you, it's like, it's a fucking job. It's business. And if that person were in the same position, he or she would also have accepted the offer as well. So we don't need to get on our high horse and pretend to a righteousness that we probably don't possess. So the best way to attract a woman is to be a woman's best offer, to be a woman's best option, okay? And this is no small feat, because when you're 18 and you're a man, you have fuck all. Like, it's extremely difficult to be a young man in today's society, and it is not appreciated at all in popular culture. It's very, very difficult because at 18, women don't want you, because you have nothing that women want. You don't have any wealth, you don't have any status, you don't have any emotional maturity, you're not ready to settle down and have kids, you're useless. You're just a big throbbing hard-on, and you can't even use that to transact for anything of interest for the woman. And you're kind of useless to men because you have no skills, you have no experience, you have no mastery. You're a liability on the fucking team. Like, I can help you, you can't help me. God forbid I have to fall, because are you going to catch me? Absolutely not. So it's like young men are double fucked. They're at the lowest of the low of all of their status hierarchies that they have to compete in. And they can be that way for 10 years. Because it can take about that long to develop an emotionally compelling lifestyle that might be the best option for a woman that man is authentically attracted to. Okay? So what do men have to do? They have to do a lot. And the first thing they have to do is they have to learn how to wait. So this has to do with let's call it the normalized sexual marketplace values of men and women, according to the research. So women's normalized sexual marketplace value peaks at 18 years old and drops precipitously from that day forward. It never rises again. Men's normalized sexual marketplace value is lowest at 18, gradually rises up until about 40, remains constant for about another 20 years, and then slowly declines into old age. It isn't until 30 years old that the average male sexual marketplace value exceeds the average woman's sexual marketplace value for the very first time. This means that women's default action is to act. Like, all things being equal, they will never be in a moment where they can demand the relationship they want from the man they want to have it with them today. Because for the vast majority of women, this is when they're going to have their highest valuation in the sexual marketplace. So their default is to act. On the other hand, most men will never be more disadvantaged in the sexual marketplace than they are today. With each passing year, they accumulate more experience, more wealth, more status, more prestige, and these are the things that are instrumentally connected to women's attraction to men. So the first thing that men need to learn how to do is to wait, because it could be a while. It could be a while before they can start to enjoy an advantage in the sexual marketplace. And most guys don't get there, in the sense that they commit and foreclose before they experience that possibility. It's not a coincidence that the average age at first marriage in this country is 29. Remember I just said that 30 is the day when, or the year when the sexual marketplace polarity switches for the very first time, and it never, ever returns. So most marriages happen at the last moment that a woman enjoys a power differential over the man in the sexual marketplace. This is the smartest fucking thing that she could possibly do. Because if she were to wait another year or two, she might not have been able to get that same commitment even from that same man. Because she will have declined a little bit, and he will have gone, and he'd be like, oh, well, wait a minute. I'm starting to get some options here. I kind of feel attractive. Women are kind of showing themselves that they're interested in me, maybe for the very first time, you know what I'm saying? But most men never get to a place where they are more attractive than most of the women that they're dealing with. And so they think that it's almost like just a woman's right or an innate privilege to have that kind of attraction. It's not. It's just the consequence of being in a favorable moment in the sexual marketplace. Men don't always get there. They have to play their cards right, but they might get there eventually later in life. Like a Division I athlete or a professional athlete a little bit later in life, a partner at a prestigious law firm, a politician. These guys, they understand that because they played their cards right, they have incredible optionality with women these days. Okay, so men need to learn how to wait. So what do they have to, but they can't just sit there. So that men have to do three things, really, to become attractive to women. And these are things that I am extrapolating in the context of my metaphor for the sexual marketplace, which is a big dock, like a pier where all the ships moor, right? Is that women are looking for a captain. And there are three things that men have to do to become a captain. They have to build a boat, they have to learn to sail, and they have to plot a course. Build a boat, learn to sail, plot a course. And those three things can take 10 years at least to do. And if it's going to take 10 years, you might as well get started, right? So build a boat is a metaphor for your lifestyle. It's going to take two things to build a boat. Resources, because wood ain't free, and it's going to take knowledge. The knowledge is a part that doesn't get a lot of airtime in today's society. Everyone's thinking about the money. Money is extremely important, but if you don't have knowledge about how money works, you're not going to be able to keep the money if your fool ass actually lucks out and is able to get it. You know, if you don't understand what women are and how they operate, you're not going to be able to keep one if you actually have the good fortune to attract one into your life. You understand? So the knowledge that we're looking for is awareness for how reality actually works. Not how we want it to work, not how we think it should work, not how our society tells us it's supposed to look, but how it actually works. Because if we can understand the principles and the laws by which reality operates, we can flow with those currents. And we won't be vulnerable when we're out on the open sea. So we need resources, and we need the knowledge and experience to be able to maintain all those good things that we built indefinitely. Because what's the point in taking a castle if we can't keep it, right? Then we have to learn how to sail, which is the development of some kind of mastery or expertise. The fact of the matter is that women want successful guys. And successful men are not necessarily virtuous men. They're not necessarily good men. They're not necessarily the best men or nice guys. The fact of the matter is that successful men are men that other people want things from. That's it. Successful men are successful to the extent that lots of people want things from them. The more people want things from you, the more successful you are as a man. If nobody wants anything from you, no one will give you the fucking time of day if you're a guy. That's just how it is. Now, this is the flip side of the male. This is the male experience to the equivalent to the, let's say, the sexual objectification that women complain about and experience. Oh, men just want to fuck me. It's like, yeah, kinda. And if they didn't, they wouldn't be talking to you. The equivalent of that is, well, these women just want things from me. It's like, yeah, but if they didn't, they wouldn't be talking to you, dude. So it's like, pick your poison. We both have our struggles to deal with, but ultimately, we have to be useful to others. And a successful man has developed a solution for a problem that many people have. And those people will line up with dollars in their hand to hand it over to that guy for that solution. Okay? So this could be anything from being a successful community plumber to being a startup entrepreneur with the next app that's going to solve a social crisis. It could be anything, but you need to be able to solve many people's problems, and many people will need to want things from you in order to be successful. That's learning how to sail. And the third component is plotting a course. This is really important, is every man needs to have an overarching mission to his life. This is important because when we're out in the open sea, it's where there are no features on land, it's very easy to get lost. And how did the navigators of old traverse the wastes? By looking at the stars, because the stars relative to the Earth move in very fixed patterns. We also will be blown off course by currents and weather. And if we don't have a star to sail by, it's going to be very difficult to get ourselves back on course. And we can't get ourselves back on course if we never had a course to begin with. So the overarching mission to a man's life also prevents him from doing stupid things with respect to women, like making women the center of his life. The fastest way to lose a woman is to make her the center of your life. Because women want a guy who's on his shit. They want a guy with ambition, with drive, with purpose. They don't want to be that ambition, drive, or purpose. They want to be next to the guy with those things and to enjoy the fruits of all of that ambition, drive, and purpose. But if the woman becomes the ambition, drive, and purpose, then functionally the whole operation begins to fall apart. And this also helps a guy to resist the urge to appease in moments of crisis with a woman. Because it can very much happen in the course of a relationship where an unhappy woman might make certain unreasonable demands of a man. Either you work too much, you spend too much time at work, so either you need to spend more time at home or I'm walking, for instance. Well, of course, him working so much is part of the reason why she was attracted to him to begin with. Him working so much is what got him the money and the houses and the reputation that made it likely that she chose him over all her other options. She doesn't say when she goes out to dinner or on vacations or when she drives her car that it's too bad that the guy works so much. And if this man in that moment were to cater to that woman's demand, and he were to lose both his professional reputation and success and the relationship, he would deserve it. That would be his foible. And that's where men are mostly weak, is a lot of guys find it very difficult to stand up to a woman's negative emotionality, whether it's their anger and their upsetness, or their tears, or their guilt tripping, or their shaming. All men, it seems, have an emotional thumbscrew. There's like one emotion, for whatever reason, is particularly difficult for them to bear. And if a woman sticks around you long enough, she's going to figure out what that emotion is. And if she twists the screw on that particular emotion, and you bend, and you appease, and you change as a consequence of attempting to avoid that temporary pain and discomfort of coming into contact with that unpreferred emotion, what you will do is create a monster in your relationship, because you'd be training this woman unconsciously to know that whenever she really needed to get what she wanted, all she had to do was hurt you in this way.
And she loses respect.
She loses respect, and the guy feels even less appreciated as well, because she often doesn't even want the thing that she's demanding in that moment. So it's just not a bad, it's a very bad idea. Let's put it that way. So that's what men have to do to attract a woman. They have to build a ship, which is to develop an extrapolated, interesting, emotionally compelling lifestyle. They have to learn to sail, which is they have to develop expertise and skills that are of use to other people. And they have to plot a course. They need to have an overarching mission to their life, something that is more important to them than, I guess, anything else, really. It has to be more important than anything else. If it's not, then a woman will figure out what that other thing will be, and that will be your downfall. That will be your downfall.
So you've told us what women can do to get the man they want, and you've told us what men could do to get the women they want. But there's more to it, isn't there?
Of course.
The game.
Oh yeah, the game is infinite.
I can be a wealthy, handsome man with a great future, sitting at a bar on Saturday night, and nothing's going to happen for me, right?
Correct. Especially if you're a man. If you are a decently attractive woman, and you were to sit by yourself at a bar on a Saturday night, whether you wanted it or not, you would soon have company. But a man could be brilliant, he could be rich, he could be a neurosurgeon, and he could drink by himself all night. Okay? So men need game in the sense of they need to they need some strategy in order to attract the opposite sex. That's very different from the strategies that women do. I'm not going to say that women don't have to do that. They do all kinds of things to their appearance, right? Because that's generally what's most important to men, especially on first blush, with respect to their attraction to women. So they do all kinds of things with respect to their figure and their dress and their fashion and their makeup and things like that. Men, for better or for worse, we don't really have to worry about that as much. So there are a few different strategies that consistently work to increase your attraction as a man to women. Let's see if I can remember them. Cocky and playful is an old standby from the pickup community. Being like, this is a tough one, it's not the best one, but being like funny, being the funny guy can work. Like there's, but it can also backfire, because at some point you do have to kind of transition from being kind of like goofy and playful to being sexual. And sometimes that can feel like a bait and switch to a woman. Patrice O'Neill used to say, I wish I didn't have to laugh my way into pussy. But that was what he had to do, apparently. There is also like low activation game, which is just sort of like confidence and not giving a woman much energy. That works if you already have, let's say, some reputation buy-in. If you have a table in the VIP bottle section of a club, for instance, you already have some social validation that you have the money to spend on that. So you don't necessarily have to work as hard to attract attention to yourself, because like you did that passively with respect to your structure. And so you can actually kind of be a little bit more aloof and withdrawn, which makes you potentially seem even more attractive in that moment, right? But the essence of game is to stimulate an emotional reaction in a woman. That is the easiest way to seduce a woman, is to stimulate an emotional response in her. And it doesn't even really matter what the emotion is. It doesn't even have to be a positive emotion. I mean, that's why negging works on some level.
Which is disrespecting.
It's a teasing, playful disrespecting, yes. It's sort of like treating a girl like your bratty little sister. So it shouldn't be anyway, a real cold-hearted, harsh disrespect. It should be
Playful.
The idea here is that I'm so confident in your presence that I can kind of toy with your beauty that I know will dazzle and stun and petrify other men. It has no effect on me.
Confidence goes a long way.
Confidence is amazing. So one of the things that a lot of guys don't understand, I've had a few different careers in my life so far. I used to be an actor. And when I was an actor as a young man, it was easier for me to get laid than when I was a rich, successful doctor. It's changed a little bit now that I'm somewhat famous, but until I started the YouTube channel and it blew up, it was much, much harder for me to get laid as a successful entrepreneur, doctor, than being a broke theater actor in New York City. And this is baffling to guys, but the fact of the matter is that you do not need money to get laid. You might need money if you want to get married, but you definitely don't need money to get laid. And a lot of guys, and it's a kind of a function of their male rational mindset. They listen to talks online, or they buy programs, and what do women want? And they say, okay, women want abs, women want tall guys, women want rich guys. And they think, okay, well, some of those things I can do, some of those things I can't do. But it's like, okay, I'll get the abs, check. I'll get the money, check. And so now all I have to do is go up in front of a woman and say, in so many ways, and just let her know, hey, I am a rich guy with abs, and they're supposed to just like line up to fuck them. And let me tell you that's not how it works. So I call those things attraction proxies. Guys really want women to become attracted to them. They hear that these things are what women in general want, and so they say, well, I'll just get those things, and then the attraction will be taken care of. And that's not true. I do consultations all the time with guys who have super yachts down in Miami, who fly private jets, and who cannot get fucking laid because they have no experience picking women up. They don't know how to talk to beautiful women in particular. They don't have any problems with the ones they're not attracted to generally, but obviously that's not the ones that they want. The way to get laid is to learn how to seduce a woman. That's it. Like, you don't need abs. You don't need money. What you need is seduction technique. And the core of seduction is the ability to stimulate an emotional response in somebody else and to guide them through an emotional journey that ultimately culminates in a sexual experience that you've more or less curated for that person.
There's a saying that goes, a man wants a good girl who's only bad with him, and a woman wants a bad boy who's only good to her.
That's great, yeah. I heard that one about a year ago. It resonated with me, it's true.
Why do women love assholes?
Why do women love assholes? Well, there's a number of reasons for that, and there are good reasons. First of all, an asshole is generally somebody who doesn't care about another person's feelings.
This isn't my term. This is a term that a lot of guys use when they're losing out.
I hear it. We can use that term, assholes. I got no problem with asshole. But let's break that down. Like, why assholes do get laid a lot. They certainly get laid over the nice guys. So what are assholes doing, or how are they being with women that is allowing them to have and enjoy greater success than the nice guys out there? Well, like I said, one of the first things about assholes is they don't care how other people feel. And what did I just say a few minutes ago is like the Achilles heel for most men is the negative expressed emotion of women. I'm upset with you. I'm angry with you. They start to cry. It's like, on some level, a nice guy will be too empathetic, will say, oh, I'm uncomfortable with this woman's distress. I am going to change myself. I'm going to change the situation. I'm going to change the relationship. I will change reality itself if I can to get this woman to stop crying or to get this woman to stop being angry with me, without necessarily considering whether or not this woman has a fucking point, whether her tears are justified, whether her anger is justified. Like, for better or for worse, men and women can get angry inappropriately.
Maybe she's doing it just to see how spineless you are.
It's possible. I mean, we call those shit tests, right? And a lot of what happens in testing is unconscious. I think that there are some conscious, intentional tests that women will do towards men, but I think personally and professionally, the majority of testing occurs below the threshold of awareness for women. So an asshole isn't vulnerable to those displays because on some level he doesn't give a shit. He says, sweetheart, if you want to be upset with me, that's fine. That's your right. Why do I need you to be upset or to be not upset? You're a full-grown adult. Like, if you want to be angry, if you want to be out of sorts, if you want to be despondent and sulky, hey, no skin off my back. I don't have to feel those feelings. I've felt them. I know they're not pleasant. That's why I prefer not to experience them. But for whatever reason, you want to feel that way? Knock yourself out, sweetheart. I'm not going to stand in the way of you and your feelings. And let me tell you, to the extent that those feelings were instrumentally attempting to change that man's behavior, if a man responds that way, that emotion will disappear very quickly because it doesn't work. Most people don't persist in strategies that don't work. If someone persists in a strategy, it's because it at least partly works. The word dysfunction is mostly the word function. Dysfunction is mostly functional in that it gets what it wants. That's why it exists. So if you want to look at any dysfunctional behavior, you have to understand that at least for a very long time, and at least partly, it has succeeded in getting that person what he or she wants. That's why it's persisted through time. That's it. And if you were to change the operant conditioning, like the rewards or punishments as a consequence of that behavior, consistently, thereout, you would very quickly change that behavior. That's the only thing that works. So that's one reason why women like assholes, is because they don't bend in ways that nice guys do that ultimately lead to the disintegration of the relationship and the attraction that she felt for the guy to enter into the relationship to begin with. And this also extends to other people out there. It's sort of like, why does the woman gravitate towards the biggest, scariest guy in the room often? Because he's the safest one. And you might think, well, he sure doesn't look safe with all of those tattoos and the leather jackets and the kind of like growly stare. Well, he might not be safe to you, another guy, but he's safe to her because she's thinking, if I'm with that guy, no other guy's gonna fuck with him. So I wanna be with the guy that no other guy is gonna fuck with. And assholes, they fight back. They don't just say, oh, sorry, maybe I did something wrong there. Let's work to friends, get along. An asshole will be like, go fuck yourself, man. Why would you do that? And they don't have a problem being disagreeable, and they don't have a problem fighting for what they believe in. Now, some assholes are narcissistic, and what they believe in is just their own misguided self-interest, but not all of them, right? So, but in any case, they are willing to fight for what they believe and what they want, and that's what makes them more safe to women than guys who aren't willing to fight. Assholes also often know that people don't like them, and they've developed a kind of social callus around that, which gives them a social freedom. When you talk to most guys, the thing that paralyzes them socially, whether it's with other guys at parties to make new friends or with women picking them up, is they're afraid that they're going to look awkward or they're going to say something and people aren't going to like them. But when you're an asshole, people already don't like you. I mean, what's the fucking threat here? You know what I'm saying? So, because I'm used to people not liking me, because there are people today, right now, who don't like me and I can deal with it, I have a social freedom that you don't. I can speak my truth because I know what happens when people disapprove or disagree with me and they hate me. Not much. Like, they get all bent out of sorts and life goes on. Assholes often get into trouble because they also understand that rules are, this is going to sound shitty, but rules are really just suggestions to maintain social cohesion at the mass level. But every rule has an exception. Every rule was created by people, and so every rule can actually be undone by people as well. An asshole knows that it's not a virtue to simply follow a rule because it's a rule. Like, it has to make sense. It has to support, I guess, his goals, whether they're personal or the social goals. And he doesn't mind necessarily transgressing those rules from time to time and getting into trouble. Because trouble is not really a real concept in many respects. Some of the darkest moments that some of the people I look up to have been in were really ways for them to launch their careers and their missions to an even higher, greater level. Like when Dr. King was arrested and thrown into the Birmingham jail, do you really think that he was in trouble? I mean, he has a mugshot, he was arrested, there he was in jail in handcuffs. That's about as bad as it gets in today's society. But it was an opportunity for him to write some letters, and it was then a pivot point to draw even more attention to a social cause, which generated even more momentum. Trouble, like a master can use anything to his benefit. The trouble is wasted on those, on just the unmasterful. Like, nothing can go to waste to a master. Not a crisis, not a disaster, not a disagreement. Anything can be used to serve once you understand reality, once you have experience and expertise, and once you know what your purpose and mission is. Anything can be used to further that. You have nothing to fear. So I would say that in many respects, that's why women like assholes.
Excellent. Fascinating talk. Let's take a little break, and
Sure.
we'll continue this, and I'll post it in a week for people that want to hear more of Rerun.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are romantic relationships transactional?
Well, it depends on what you mean by romantic relationships. So let's be clear. When people say romantic, it's really just, in most cases, a euphemism for sexual. So are sexual relationships transactional? Yes. Are romantic relationships transactional? Not necessarily. But then we have to get into what romantic love is, which is very different from, let's say, anything else. It's its own beast. And part of what makes romantic relationships work is that they are unrequited, that they are obstructive, and that they tend towards tragedy and failure. Romantic relationships have as their unconscious destination dissolution. So in that sense, romantic relationships, i.e. relationships that are dominated with the ideal and the idea of romantic love, are not necessarily transactional. They can actually be very one-sided. But in anything that remotely approximates a healthy adult relationship, yes, those relationships are transactional. In fact, the fundamental premise of my upcoming book, The Value of Others, is that relationships are the medium in which value is transacted. People need things, and they want things, and they need and want things from other people. Other people represent a potential solution to that need and want, but they also present a potential problem because they might not give it, right? So the problem of other people is a problem that all individuals have to learn how to navigate. In general, there are three primary strategies for dealing with the problems of other people. You can move toward, you can move against, and you can move away. Move toward is basically like, let's enter into a relationship. Move against is, I'm going to beat you, and move away is, I'm going to become so independent and self-reliant that I don't need you. So those two generally don't have to do with relationships. The move towards solution or strategy does have to do with relationships. So one of the most enduring solutions that human beings have hit upon to get what they want and need from others is to enter into relationships. Where no value can be transacted, no relationship is possible. Like if we can't come to terms for what you get in return for what I get, we're both gonna go our separate ways. And if no value is transacted, we can't possibly say that we're in a relationship. And this is also why you can't necessarily say that romantic love is a relationship, because it's certainly possible for one person to love another person who doesn't even know that that person exists. That's actually kind of like the romantic ideal, is, let's say, Cyrano de Bergerac, who's in love with Roxanne, who doesn't even know that he exists as a lover because of his nose and whatnot. But we believe in the depth and richness and sincerity of Cyrano's love regardless. But we wouldn't say that Cyrano's actually in a relationship with Roxanne. Not really. That would be ridiculous. So for a relationship to actually happen, there has to be a transaction of value.
Is it better to love someone or to be loved by someone?
Well, let's talk about love. Love is a word that is very often misunderstood in our culture, and it's one single word that can mean many, many, many different things. And I have examined love extensively through my life. And this is because, just as a little personal side note, love didn't always feel like love when it was communicated to me. In my life, I've been told I love you many, many times by many different people, but only rarely did I love you mean I love you. Often, I love you meant don't leave me. Or I love you meant you need to believe me. Or I love you meant after all I've done for you. I love you can mean many, many different things, and only one of them is I love you, okay? So it took me a long time to tease out why love didn't always feel like love when I was growing up. And I've had to look very, very carefully at that emotion. And what I've discovered is that most of the experience of love can go by another name. And what I would like to suggest is that the core of love, the essence of love, is that which has no other name. So for instance, there is everything that has to do with like sexuality and passion, and ardor, and interest, and lust, and limerence, and all of that. All of that has a name, and you can certainly feel all of those things without feeling love, and you can feel love without those things. So I would say that love is not those things. By the same token, there's a whole cluster of emotions around like tenderness, and gentleness, and kindness, and deference, and devotion. But I think that you can do those things and not love someone, and you can love someone and not do those things. So again, I think we need to be able to separate love from that as well. And so in this process, I started to look at all the different things that love could be, all the different emotional experiences and cognitive components. And I began to see that most of these things can be and do exist independently of love. But there was only one thing that I found that doesn't have another name. And I think that that has to be the core essence, the core experience of love. It's necessary and sufficient in the sense that if you feel this, you feel love. You don't need anything else. And what I say is that love is the humiliated self exultant.
Okay, so
love
now
is the
water from the flooded settlement. No easy feat, by the way. Next thing to do is plot a route to the main power substation and repair it. Shouldn't be too hard, right? For you, at least.
humiliated self, exultant. What love cares about more than anything else is the good of the other. Okay? Does that make sense? Now, that means, on some level, that the lover can't reasonably expect to be in a relationship with the person he or she loves, unless that lover decides that that relationship is reasonably the best possible thing for the loved one, which it probably isn't. This is why the romantic hero par excellence is like Rick Blaine in Casablanca, who loves Ilsa, and at the end of the movie puts her on a plane with another man because he understands that's what's best for her and what's best for actually the world and the social movement that he's now participating in again for the first time in years. He loved Elsa, so he surrendered her. He gave her up because that's what was best for her. You can only demand a relationship with a loved one if you are reasonably the best thing for that loved one, which is very unlikely. Humiliated self-exultant is almost like a positive embarrassment. It's almost like, here I am. I've shed all of my armor. I don't care if you think I'm a fool. I don't care if you mock me. I don't care if you spit on me and step on me. I don't care if you give me the crown of thorns. You see where this is going? It's like, in the story of humanity, potentially, the greatest example of love is in the story of the historical figure of Christ, who is willing to suffer any ignominy, any humiliation out of his love for man. Relationships need things like boundaries and rules and definitions. Love doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. Love doesn't love where it's allowed. That's ridiculous. Love doesn't need rules to contain it. It's like relationships need those things, right? So a lot of what people actually traffic with is relationship stuff. Love is hard. Like love is not a soft, cuddly thing. Love is an invitation to self-transcendence. It's an invitation to become more than yourself and to voluntarily make sacrifices for the good of a loved one. That's not a cozy thing. And to actually love, you will be called upon to make those sacrifices. And the larger the sacrifice, the larger the love. So to go back to your question, when people tell me that they want to find love, I think, why? Do you know what love is? Love will destroy you. You will not be the person that you are today when you start to love. You will have to grow up. You will have to think of something more than yourself. Love is not a warm, cozy feeling. Love is found in solitude. It's found in defeat. It's found in the gutters. Because it's in those moments where the lover feels most self-satisfied with his or her sacrifice. So, is it better to be loved or to love? I think that it's a very good thing to learn how to love. I think that's something that every person would benefit from experiencing, but it is not what people think it is. Love will turn you inside out. It will destroy who you think you are in the same way that the cocoon destroys the caterpillar. What happens in there isn't pretty. The caterpillar actually gets liquefied. It's like a slurry in there for days or weeks. And to that caterpillar, the cocoon is a tomb. It does not have an understanding or a conceptualization of what a butterfly is, in my opinion. It goes in there to die. And it goes in there to die without hope, because the caterpillar never emerges. But what comes out of that is something that I think no entity that goes into the cocoon can predict. And once you make the decision to sacrifice your own happiness and well-being voluntarily for the loved one, you find out who you really are. You find out a lot about yourself, because that's when the rubber really hits the road. People can believe all kinds of things about how generous they are, how virtuous they are. It's like, if you love until the relationship ends, did you really love it all? That's a non-rhetorical question. Because if you just love until the end of the relationship, what I would suggest is that you loved the benefit that you accrued from that relationship. The attention, the dates, the cuddles, the sex, the vacations, the escape from loneliness, the opportunity to get your parents off your back about when you're going to get married and have kids. I mean, like, people enter into relationships for all kinds of reasons.
Those reasons you just listed are the reasons that most people, that's what people are looking for. Most people, it seems.
Yeah. And love is not about wedding cakes and marriages. It's not about Valentine's Day and flowers and candies and chocolates. It's not about that moony limerence where all you can think about in some weird, positive, psychotic obsession the loved one. Love is grounded. It's like the giving tree, the Shel Silverstein story, where the tree just keeps giving more and more of itself. That's love. And it ends up a stump. But it also ends up a story in the mind of that boy that he will never forget. So, on some level, the sacrifice of love will take everything from you, but it will also, on some level, make you immortal. It will make you immortal in the lives, the minds, and the hearts of the people that you did that for. And that's the surest, it's not a sure thing, but it's the surest way of guaranteeing your existence past your physical life that I think that most people will ever encounter.
Respect is something that young men are taught to have when they're dealing with women.
Okay.
And I heard you say once, one of my, I think I've watched every video on your channel, and my favorite line from all of them. You want to say it, or should I say it?
I think I know what it is.
It's regarding sex.
Mm-hmm.
What do women never say?
Well, they never say, oh.
After sex, what does a woman never say?
Oh, wow, you respected the shit out of me.
That's,
doesn't happen, right?
Never.
So this is in the context of the fact that respect tends to mean different things to men and women. And if you're like me, then you were raised from a very young age to respect all women. And that leads to a number of unfortunate and unintended negative consequences in the sexual marketplace. And they're negative consequences for women as well, because it makes it harder for women to get what they want from men. Okay? So let's talk about this. One of the components of, so first of all, because let's address the issue that usually gets the most pushback when I talk about respect. Because again, just like love, respect can mean many, many different things. I'm not talking about respect in the sense of like basic human dignity, where it's like, yes, I believe that all human beings are worthy of and deserving of some baseline consideration. I'm not using respect in that way. I'm using respect in the way that most men use it, which is an acknowledgement of performative excellence. You have to do something respectable to earn respect. If we're talking about basic human dignity, you don't have to earn that, right? We're talking about earning respect. And respect has to do with the acknowledgement of superior ability. And it puts the person being respected, at least temporarily, on a higher playing field than the respectator, as it were. The person being respected is on the court. The respectator is in the audience. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, this is problematic in the sexual marketplace for a couple of reasons. One is that women have, it's problematic in many respects for the woman to be on a pedestal. So one of the concepts that I talk about a lot on my channel is the balance of attraction, which is very simply that it's not possible for two people to like each other exactly the same amount, which means that one person must always like the other person more, and the other person must like the other person less. These things change. They generally don't change like this, but they kind of, the gap can go up and down. One person is generally the adorer, and the other person is the adored, okay? The person up here on the pedestal is the adored. Now, there are pros and cons to both of these positions. It's not like one is better than the other. And in fact, most people, contrary to popular belief, want to be here. They want to be the adorer. Why? Exactly, because the adorer gets to be with the one they love. And there's no greater victory in popular culture than that. And when you're with the one that you love, you get to experience the panoply of human emotions that comes with that. And not even all the good ones. Like, it's the adorer who waits on tenterhooks for the phone to buzz. It's the adorer who is thrilled to the gills when the adored is coming over for dinner. It's the adored who flies into a temporary fit of despondency when the adored has to cancel plans. The adorer is the one who gets to have the emotional experience. On the other hand, the adored gets to be loved by the one that they're with, not nearly as emotionally of compelling a situation. And the fact of the matter is that while most people want the emotional component of a relationship, in my experience, it's more important for the woman to have that than the man. It's been said that you can make a woman feel anything except bored, and I think that there's some truth to that. And if a man insists that he is going to put the woman on the pedestal, it robs her of the opportunity to be the adorer, because two people cannot like each other exactly the same amount. They can't occupy the same place.
It's a recipe for disaster.
It is. It also means if he's looking up at her, that she's looking down at him. And that's not what women want. No little girl grows up dreaming, well, one day I want a guy that I can look down on. Right? They're looking for a prince. They want to look up. They want to feel small in his arms. Women date and mate hypergamously. They want men who are older, more successful, more high status, higher earning, more intelligent, more capable than they are. And why wouldn't they? That's to their benefit. Otherwise, they have a liability on their hands, don't they? Like, that's not necessarily what most women dream about. And when men, unfortunately, put women in that position when they pedestalize them. And they pedestalize women when they respect them in that way. Because respect means you did something amazing. You are higher than me. You are better than me. And one of the key components to respect is that sexuality is completely inappropriate in respectful situations. Like if you were at a graduation ceremony, if you were at a funeral, if you were at a decoration ceremony in the military, any situation that is conferring respect and honor on any person, man or woman, sexualization of that situation is entirely inappropriate. Entirely inappropriate. It shouldn't even be like hinted at. It would be disgusting in the context of honor and respect. And so what a lot of guys who grew up hearing, respect women, to them, what that means is completely withdrawing any of my sexual intent, any of my sexuality, might even denying myself as a sexual being in relation to and in the presence of women. Now, there's a time and a place, right? Like, it's, I've experienced this, and so I have some sympathy with women. It's not comfortable, it's not pleasant to be sexualized by someone that you don't want to be sexualized by. I get it. And it's inappropriate when people sexualize relationships or situations in which that component or dimension of experience is best left out. But there is a time and a place for sexuality. And that's generally in sexual relationships, right? And the issue is that when men are trying to make something happen with a woman, to ask her out, or they've gone on the first, second, third date, and they still haven't made a move, they still haven't expressed sexual intent, they've hidden their desire for this woman, the woman is confused, the man gets relegated to the friend zone again, he can't understand why. Okay, so there is a time and a place to appropriately communicate sexual energy as a man to a woman. And you cannot do that at the same moment that you're respecting someone. It's not possible. One of the, this is an interesting idea. I'd like to make an episode about this in the future. It's called in the literature the Madonna whore complex. Have you heard about that? Mm-hmm. Okay. The issue is that when a man starts to love a woman, or when the woman has his children and he sees her primarily as the mother of his children as opposed to his wife or his lover, he can lose a lot of the sexual interest and attraction for her, which usually harms their marriage or relationship and doesn't feel good for the woman at all, right? And the issue is that it's actually really hard to fuck someone that you love. As a man, it's very, very hard. Like, fucking requires some aggression. It requires some objectification. It requires some compartmentalization. You have to you can't fuck like a whole person with all of her hopes and dreams and feelings and the complexities of her dimension and all of your positive feelings. It's like, what you're not going to grab her hair and slap her ass, and you know what I'm saying? It's like those two impulses, they can't coexist in a man's mind at the same time. And so on some level, for men to retain their sexuality with the women that they're involved with, they have to be able to switch that on and off. They have to be able to still compartmentalize that this, in this moment, is not the love of my life, is not the mother of my children, is not my soulmate. In this moment, this is a hot piece of ass that I'd like to have a slice of. And that is what motivates the natural, vital male sexual impulse. And wanting to have that kind of emotional connection, that's a failure of intersexual understanding. That's more of what women want. But that actually often has the opposite consequence on men's sexuality. The more we get emotionally involved with you, the harder it is to fuck you.
Human relationships are fascinating, aren't they?
God is laughing at us from beyond the clouds because they he really couldn't have made men and women more different in this regard.
I'll ask this question for men and then for women. What is men's greatest enemy in terms of romantic relationships?
Well, I made an episode about this. I said that man's greatest enemy is cowardice. Cowardice. And I didn't just say fear. I said cowardice, which is a bit of a loaded term, but I think that is good because hopefully that pisses guys off in the right way and motivates action. And there's a lot of cowardice relative to women that men are evincing in today's day and age. There's cowardice from just basic approach anxiety, which is I'm so afraid of being rejected, which is just information. It's just a word.
Why is rejection from a woman, a very attractive woman, such a problem for men?
Okay, well, because the reason why rejection from a woman is a problem for men is because the unconscious, deep communication involved in that rejection is I do not think that you are worth fucking, which means, because we all know what fucking leads to is children, is so that I don't think that you should reproduce. That is the subtext of a sexual rejection. I don't think that you deserve to reproduce, which basically means I think that you should go extinct. Like, we've had enough of that. So let's just quietly let that fade away because the world doesn't need any more of that.
You're amazing.
Okay? So that's a very deep evolutionary hit, and I don't think there's any way out of that. You can get over, and you should get over, rejection and your approach anxiety as a man by learning that ultimately rejection is just information. Do you want to play? No. Okay. Do you want to play? Yes. Let's go play. It's like you can examine how children engage with each other on the playground. One kid's got a ball, and he goes up to, hey, you want to play ball? No, I want to play soldiers. He doesn't like fall to pieces because this one kid doesn't want to play ball with him. He just finds someone, he keeps going around until someone will play with him. And then he plays. It's a piece of cake. You know, we don't have to take things more personally than they have to be. But that is something that most men have to get over. And so there is a sort of cowardice about, well, it's going to hurt if I try and it fails. It's going to hurt to be rejected. It's scary to approach a woman. What if she becomes offended? A lot of guys these days are concerned that they're going to have their interactions recorded and put on the internet and be outed as sexual harassers or sexual predators. I always ask them if this has ever happened to them or if they've ever seen this happen. I haven't gotten an affirmative answer from many of the guys that are afraid of this, but it's like it's in the vibe of the present moment, right? Is we know that men get canceled for inappropriate behavior, that most of that inappropriate behavior has to do with some form of sexualization of women. And men are just extremely cautious about that because who wants to wake up to find 10 million people angry at him? So there's cowardice there. There's cowardice, like I mentioned in the last talk, when a woman starts to display negative emotion, that the person folds and says, okay, well, I'll take it back, or I won't go golfing with the guys, or no, you're the only one. Yeah, of course, I love you, and I was planning to propose the whole time. And, you know, when the guy concedes in the face of an uncomfortable emotional interaction with a woman, that's a form of cowardice, in my opinion. And it's a cowardice born of his unwillingness or his inability to accept and tolerate his own emotions. So good news, guys, that's something that you can actually get over. And the other form of cowardice, I think, that's rampant in our society is the fear of assuming leadership, especially in intimate relationships. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of women don't want to be equal partners. That's not the female fantasies. I want an equal partner. That's kind of a male fantasy, is that we'll go 50-50. Back, you'll be my partner, I got your back, you got mine. It's like, we're going to take it on. It's like, men can do that with other men. But that's not really the female romantic fantasy. Like I said, they want the prince. They want somebody higher. Why do they go after somebody who is higher status and has an extrapolated lifestyle, etc.? Because it could be of benefit to them. And the benefit is asymmetrical. In fact, if a woman doesn't stand to significantly benefit from a relationship, you can make the argument that it's not worth the opportunity cost of choosing that man for a relationship over all of her other options, assuming that she has other options, which she generally does.
Before I do the female version of that question I just asked, do men always pay?
Yeah, men always pay to engage with women, but the more that she likes you, the greater the discount. And that's fair, because if she doesn't like you, then she has to be compensated in other ways for the opportunity cost of choosing you over the men that she really likes. This is why, with her toxic ex, she might be okay with the fact that he never wanted to give her an exclusive commitment, or he was seeing other women, or etc., etc. She, for whatever reason, really, really liked that guy, was very highly attracted to him. And so she made her sexual opportunity available to him at a radical discount relative to better men who she might be less attracted to.
And when the guy is paying a lot to his woman, that can typically mean that she's not.
Yeah, I tell men that they should be very cautious about paying these high price tags, because to the extent that men only really want to pay for women who authentically and enthusiastically want to be with them, well, the more they're paying, the less likely they're getting what they want. Ultimately, like, the highest test of attraction or love from a woman is when she says something like, I just want to be with you. And I don't need the ring. I don't need the wedding. I don't need this, that, or the other. I'm just happy being with you. That's the highest form of love in a woman, is, if possible, to remain in the presence of the loved one. I talk about that on my channel.
Mm-hmm. Your channel's great. Your YouTube channel, which is called
Psych Hacks.
Psych Hacks.
Yeah.
P.S.Y.C.H.A.C.K.S.
Yeah, psychology hacks, psych hacks. Yeah, that was the idea.
It's a great channel. So what is the female, what is women's biggest enemy in terms of romantic relationships?
Well, women's greatest enemy is pride. So pride is the master sin, according to some medieval theologian. What is that? I think it was Meister Eckhart said that pride was the master sin. And pride can manifest in many, many ways to women's detriment in the modern sexual marketplace. In particular, it manifests in certain ways. In the attraction phase, it manifests as a disgust or an offense at men's sexual attraction. I know that there's a lot of women who really, 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 really want to be seen and acknowledged as more than just a sexual object. I get that. And that might happen after you become a sexual object. I wish that that weren't the case, but for the vast majority of men, that's how it works.
It does work that way.
Again, God is laughing. For women, sex is often the fruit of the tree. As a guy, you gotta plant the seed, and then you gotta water it, and then you gotta pull some weeds that grow up, and then you gotta be patient, and then there's the flower, and then the flower transforms into a fruit, which ripens, and then boom, oh, I'm ready, I'm all yours. For men, sex is the seed. A lot of guys don't even understand women if you like us until you fuck us. That's where the rubber hits the road, is what are you willing to give us in the bedroom? And if you say that you like us and you're such a good guy and you see that there's a future for this and you want us to wait, that doesn't make a lot of sense to us. And this is why I often say that women and men do the right things with the wrong people. We can talk about that later if you'd like.
Sure.
But the idea here is that women find that distasteful, that men are attracted to them. I've had that experience on dating apps where I would comment on a woman's appearance, pay a compliment, and she would be offended. This interaction is off to a great start, but it's like, my personality is even better. It's like, well, your personality didn't fucking come through in your pictures. It's like, what do you expect?
I think what women need to understand, and men as well, is for men, sexual attraction comes first, and that can lead to an emotional connection, whereas for women, emotional connection comes first, and then that leads to a sexual attraction.
Yeah. It's like I said in the last episode, where sexual opportunity is the Trojan horse to get into the city. It's like women might want the emotional connection and the commitment and the resources and the lifestyle, what have you. All of that is on the other side of those walls. And how are you going to get those big fucking walls to open? They're going to swing open effortlessly at the invitation of a compelling sexual opportunity. So you have this ace in the hole. You have this trump card that you can play functionally whenever you want, but you disdain to use it, which is...
Women do.
Yeah, which is baffling to me. But that could be part of the pride. It's like, well, I shouldn't have to use that card. It's like, well, I shouldn't have to be successful for you to fuck me. Or I shouldn't have to be... I shouldn't have to have game. I shouldn't have to be funny, But that's how it is, sweetheart. That's just the realities of the game of meeting and dating. So that's one way that pride can get in their way. Another way is that they have a sort of contempt for being useful, especially any kind of usefulness that touches on anything traditionally based in historical gender roles, which could be cooking, which could be cleaning, which could be childcare. I know women who... Let's talk about this. So I actually did a consultation with a woman on this subject a while back. She had been living with her boyfriend for several years. The boyfriend paid for the entire apartment. I think that he paid for all the food and the lifestyle that they enjoyed. He made a request of her. It's kind of a strange request, but the request apparently was that he asked her to do every other load of laundry of his. I think it's weird. It's just ask her to do the laundry, I would think. But he said, do half my laundry. And she wouldn't do that. She refused. And she ended that relationship. And I asked her, why? Why did you do that? What's so bad about laundry? And she said, well, that's a low-value chore. That's something that any woman could do. And I don't want to be just any woman. I want to do the high-value stuff. I want to be his business partner, and I want to be his emotional confidant. And I said, well, you're not going to be any of those things now. And she was like, oh. I'm like, okay, so how much did it cost you to do this? And she had run the numbers. She lived here in San Francisco, and she did the math that after she had to get her own place, and she's now paying for all of her rent and all of her food and all of her utilities, etc., etc. What she discovered is that, and that ran to probably $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Rent, utilities, food, etc., etc. So, and to do every other load of laundry would probably take about 2 hours of work a month. And it's not work like you're scrubbing the stains out of the clothes down at the riverfront. It's that you move the clothes from the hamper and then you push the button, and then an hour later the machine tells you to move it over here, you push another button, and folding is the hard part, right? So it's probably like maybe 15 minutes of real labor every time you do a load of laundry, twice a month, so that's 30. That woman was getting paid $10,000 an hour to do laundry. But she decided that that was too low value for her. And so now she moved out, she ended that relationship, she's 35, and she got her own place. And now, having to pay for her apartment and her utilities and her food and whatnot, after taxes, she now had, she told me, around $1,500 in discretionary income every month. Which translates to, what does that translate to? Let's see, 1,500 divided by 3, it's like $50 a day. So here she is, she's living in San Francisco, and she's working a 40-hour job. It's not necessarily an important job. Like, the world would go on if this job didn't exist at all anywhere on this planet. But what she's going to do is she's going to trade the best hours of her days for the best years of her life to be able to make enough so that next month she can do it again. If you make $50 in discretionary income, you're not going to buy a house ever in the Bay Area. Like, save as much as you want. You get one flat tire on your car, that's half a month's discretionary income. You better not get sick.
If she had ridden it out with this guy, he may have advanced his career, his income. They may have gotten a maid. She'd never have to do anything ever again.
It's certainly possible, right? But the fact of the matter is, and I'm sure that there are other issues in this relationship.
Sure.
But this was, and I believed her, the straw that broke the camel's back that ended that relationship for her is her unwillingness to do laundry in return for everything else that she was potentially getting. It was too low value for her. And now this is her situation. So it doesn't make a lot of economic sense to me, but people have to make their own decisions. So that's it. But I did call her out. In my opinion, that was an example of her pride getting in her own way. And the example I give about this, about the low value activities or services, it's like if you go to a Michelin star restaurant, if you go to French Laundry, and you ask the waiter for a glass of water, the waiter doesn't say, "Oh, Monsieur, we do not serve water here. It is only Dom Perignon." He says, "I have value restaurant." It's like, that would be absurd, right? It's like, no matter what the fuck you ask for at French Laundry, they're gonna get it to you, and that water is gonna show up in some sort of like cut crystal glass with an artisanal ice cube from like some virgin mountain spring in Greenland with quadruple filtered water. Because what high value people do is they do everything with class and with great service. And they can transform a simple request like water into the most amazing water I've ever had in my life. So, and that's what makes French Laundry a place like French Laundry, where people will pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars and make reservations months in advance and talk about it for years afterwards. If women were to adapt that kind of mindset, and instead of like certain things are just inherently low value and certain things are just inherently high value, which is not true, they might have more success with respect to getting what they want with men.
Tell me about your views on romance.
Well, romance is a tricky thing. So, romantic love is... Oh, this is a big subject. So, romantic love is not really conducive to successful relationships, like by design. We know that limerence, the experience of, let's say, falling in love, has existed since time immemorial in all kinds of different cultures. But you have to understand that until a certain point in human history, no one really considered that kind of love to be a positive experience. It's like there's a reason the Greeks said that he was pierced by Cupid's dart. Like you were shot. No one thinks being shot is a positive experience that they should go out and get for themselves. Certain cultures thought that being in love brought the lover into an elevated state of reality where their perception might be divinified in some respect. But in general, people who fell in love, it's a fall. It's a fall from grace, it's a fall from sanity, and are generally treated with, let's say, a pitiable indulgence because it's not really their fault. They couldn't help it. They're not in their right mind. But no, not for me, thank you. What changed is that we now, in most parts of the world, consider romantic love not only to be a positive and something that all people should want and seek out, but potentially the most important experience or the most important goal that a human being can aspire to, which is insane. It's totally crazy. It's like basically saying, from the perspective of the Greeks, that the best thing you could possibly be is depressed. Like, the Greeks saw limerence as a mental illness. And within that context, people striving and seeking out romantic love and the one and their soulmate, and it's like seeking out a distortion. It's seeking out a disease. Okay? And what really changed, where this experience was valenced positively, it happened in like 15th century France during something called the Albigensian Crusade, which is a very hard word to say. And it's one of the few times that the Pope declared a holy war on other Catholics. Of course, he called those Catholics the Cathars and others heretics. And these Cathars were a sect of Catholics, a sect of Christians who believed certain things about love and marriage. In particular, they believed that people should not get married. Fun fact is that marriage only really became a Catholic sacrament much, much later than people think. Like, it wasn't until around this time, in the 15th century, that marriage became one of the official Catholic sacraments. Before then, it wasn't. In fact, there's a long tradition in Catholicism about not marrying. I mean, the Pope doesn't get married, does he? None of the apostles got married. Jesus didn't get married. Paul talked about how he wishes that all men would be like him, unmarried, etc., etc., etc. And what the Cathars basically said is, this world is a world of imperfection. It's a world of flaw. It's a world of tragedy. Why bind your heart to another mortal creature who will fail you? The only thing that you can trust is God and we'll meet him in the life beyond, so let's not create any unnecessary attachments here on Earth. Interestingly, as a side note, the Catholic rationalization for marriage is almost exactly the same. The Catholic rationalization for marriage is basically like, yes, this is a flawed, imperfect world, and people are sinful and disappointing, and yet through an imitation of Christ, we decide to love them anyway for all of their flaws. And so marriage is actually seen from a very high Catholic spiritual perspective to be an act of, like I was talking about, humble self-sacrifice to love someone who doesn't deserve it. Because who does?
The reason I asked that question, though, you had mentioned once the invention of romance.
Yeah.
Where like the poor man that couldn't do anything to attract a female would...
Sure. Well, one thing you have to understand is the romantic idea that we even have today is based on the chivalric code. We get the term chivalry from that. And the chivalric code was an informal lifestyle program for Catholic knights who lived in the south of France at that time. And one of the things that every chivalric knight did was pick one lady fair for him to devote all of his quests and all of his jousts and all of his victories to. And he would romanticize her, he would pedestalize her. She was a symbol of the feminine divine. She was in some way an inspiration, an encouragement, an emolument. And she was always married to somebody else. People generally forget that part. But one of the core principles of the chivalric code was the lady fair had to be married to another man. The point here was, at least ideally, this meant that there was this obstruction between the two of them that would prevent the relationship between the knight and the lady fair from ever actually spilling over into overt sexuality, because that's not the point of this relationship. The knight saw that overt sexuality was coarse, it was crass, it was beneath them. This goes with the nice guy kind of a situation. We respect all women. Oh, I don't have those feelings for those women. I wouldn't debase our love with pure carnality. I mean, that exists today, right? So one thing you have to understand is at the core of romantic idealization in love is unobtainability. Because you actually want to set as your ideal love that which cannot be achieved so that you can play the game that you love to play for as long as possible. And that's what romance is all about. It's about playing a game, because back in the day, life was probably very boring. And many of these women were married to other men who were off on crusades for 10, 15, 20 years. And there they are, alone in the castle. There's not much to do. And so this was a game that these women who were left behind and the knights who didn't go could play with each other without getting into trouble to pass the tedium of the days. And if for whatever reason they were able to actually achieve each other, they'd have to find some other game, and maybe they were out of ideas. So they want the game to go on for as long as possible. And one way to do that is to make sure you can never win. Another way is to understand that every traditional romance is a tragedy. It's the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. It's the tragedy of Tristan and Isolde. That is not an accident. Tragedy is baked in as an essential feature to romance. This is why. The idea here is, no matter how close I get to the loved one, I can still feel an inseparable gulf between me and her, because we are still two spirits in two bodies. And even if we're in the eternal carnal embrace, I'm aware of my separateness and my essential isolation in the universe, and that's intolerable to the loved one, and to the lover. So the idea here is that it's only in death that the lovers can finally meld together and be one forever, because it's the melting of the physical obstruction that prevents that deep and permanent coupling. Death, from the romantic perspective, is not the end. It's actually the beginning of the union that the lovers have been moving towards the entire narrative of the story. Now, do the lovers know this consciously? Sometimes they seem to, but most of the time they don't. And their decisions tend in a direction to bring that tragedy down upon them. Now, I would also say that romance is a game that, like, the knights would play, the chivalric knights, right? The kings didn't play this game. The knights played this game. Why didn't the kings play this game? Well, in so many words, the kings didn't play this game because the kings didn't fucking have to. So let's think about, like, every Hallmark movie, like the stereotypical romantic comedy that comes out every Christmas. Why is it never the rich, successful, high-status stockbroker who believes in love and the small-town bumpkin who's kind of down on his luck, who thinks love is bullshit? That would never happen because there's no dramatic tension here. The woman, of course, will choose the first guy who has pretty much everything that she could possibly want. So the fact of the matter is that women tend to choose men. Well, we kind of know. They choose them based on lifestyle. They choose them because they can improve their station, for protection, for provision, for the genetics. If you're a king, you don't have to have as much game. You're the highest status person in the realm. Women are going to want to be in a relationship with you all over the kingdom. That's why I think Solomon had 500 wives and 700 concubines. It's like, I don't think it's because he was chatting girls up at the local bars every night. I think the women were beating a path to his castle to try to be in his good graces, right? So once you have the things that women really want and base their selection of men upon, you can dispense with some of the other things. Now, that's why in these movies, it's always the rich, successful stockbroker who bah humbug Christmas in love, and I don't have time for that bullshit. And the guy who doesn't have much, but man, does he loves you really and deeply and sincerely. And he has to do that because what the fuck else does this guy have to offer? Like let's be real. And so my personal theory is that romance is a way that lower status guys can try to compete with higher status guys for the women they want to fuck. Because the fact of the matter is that women haven't changed all that much in the last 2,500 years. They still want to marry and fuck Solomon. They still want to live in the castle. They still want the king. And if one guy can bogart 1,200 women all by himself, like, the other guys around him have to get pretty creative. And they can't beat him at any of the things that he has. They can't beat him on having more money, having more power, having a better lifestyle. Like, that's automatic defeat, right? So what they had to do is basically invent something, which is romantic love. which and to you were used to work in advertising. So much of romantic love is advertising. It's creating value out of nothing. Because if I have this thing, if I can convince you that I have this really valuable thing that the king doesn't, that you want, then I actually might have a chance to compete with the king. The fact of the matter is, though, is that that kind of romantic love doesn't do much instrumental good to women. And so this bamboozling doesn't work on most women. They'll think it's sweet. They'll think, oh, they'll take the flowers. You know, they'll go out to the nice dinner. They won't fuck that guy. They certainly won't marry him if they have any better options. But they might think it's very sweet. And I wish I could find a guy like you. And I wish more guys were like you. I wonder why they're not.
And I wish you had money like the king.
And I wish that you didn't, and that you treated me like the king, which, oh, it's going to be so hard to say, but is you're just a number. So, yeah.
What is the most dangerous thing for a romantic relationship? I heard you say success.
Yeah. Yeah, so oftentimes relationships can and do fail when one person is struggling.
Go take your jacket.
Sure. And especially with the man. If the man loses his job or gets hit upon some hard times, the woman might not leave immediately, but the clock is generally ticking. However, if that woman is smart, this guy is actually, I had this thought the other day, and women fuck this all the time, just like people fuck this up all the time in the stock market. You want to buy low and sell high, women. You want to buy low and sell high. Sidebar, I have been left by many women in my life over the years. No woman has ever left me when I was doing well. Ever. So men, the best defense to keep a woman in your life is constant growth and success, which we know is impossible because no man's trajectory is constant, gentle slope up and to the right. There's lots of ups and downs, but a woman has never left me when my life was going well, my life was improving, when success was coming, ever. They always leave when I hit a rough patch. And I always bounce back, but this is the worst time to leave me because you've actually invested all of that time in that relationship up until that point. And when did you cash out? At my lowest, when you're likely to get the least?
You did a couple of great talks. One is on how men should look for ugly ducklings and women should look for
a dark horse.
A dark horse.
And at this point, when a woman leaves, women, they should have their head on a swivel looking around because a guy who's fallen on some temporary hard times is like a good stock at a discount. But it takes balls to be able to go there. It takes balls to buy when everyone else is selling. But that's exactly when you fucking have to buy if you actually want to win at the stock market.
Because in 3 years when he's on top,
absolutely, you got in on that relationship at a discount. And if you waited until he was back on his horse and back on top, he might not give you the time of fucking day because he now has optionality up the ass. Now, a lot of women push back and say, okay, well, there's no point in doing that, Orion, because once he gets successful, he'll just leave you for someone hotter and younger anyway. And I'm like, that's a possibility. That could happen, women, but you have to understand, listen carefully, that it's always easier to keep a castle than to take a castle. Like, defense always has a slight advantage over offense. So, just like if you have a hot woman, guys are always going to hit on her. Guys are going to shoot their shot, even if you're married. That's not going to stop a guy. So the only way that you can stop men from trying to poach your women is to get with ugly women. That's the only way to prevent men from not only give slight advantage over offense. So, just like if you have a hot woman, guys are always going to hit on her. Guys are going to shoot their shot, even if you're married. That's not going to stop a guy. So the only way that you can stop men from trying to poach your women is to get with ugly women. That's the only way to prevent men from not trying to poach your women, is to have ugly women in your life.
Really?
Because if you have a decent looking woman, men are going to try to take her from you. That's just how it is. Now, whether or not she goes with them or stays with you has to do with, are you her best option? Are you on your game? Are you maintaining frame? Etc., etc., etc. But guys will always try to poach, as long as she's hot. By the same token, women, if your man is successful, women will try to seduce him away from you. You can't let that happen. But if you have him, it's easier to keep him and to defend the castle from the inside than to be one of those bitches on the outside who's trying to take that guy once he's successful. So that's my response to those women, is that yes, once the guy gets really successful, he might leave you, but your best chance of staying with him is actually already having him. There's no guarantees. But if you think that you can wait until he's successful and he's going to choose you over the 1,000 other women that he can get, I don't share the same rosy prognosis as you do. So, women, keep your head on the swivel for the guy who's temporarily a little down and out, because he's going to bounce back and you will have bought a stock that might go to the moon. Okay, so to answer your question, hard times can destabilize relationships, but actually they can also bring people closer together. One thing that surprises a lot of people is that there are more suicides in a society in a period of economic boom than an economic depression. This was discovered by the sociologist Emil Durkheim in his 19th century work, Suicide, which is a fascinating examination of what we used to think is just a purely individual intrapsychic phenomenon, the individual's decision to kill him or herself, is actually very strongly predictable when you examine certain social forces. And the social force that Durkheim said is most responsible for suicide is something called anomie, which can functionally be translated as like boundarylessness. It's like when all of the structures and the obstructions that previously kept life intact and in place dissolve, and life almost seems like an infinitely receding horizon. That's the same token why men who are divorced tend to kill themselves far more often than men who are married. And his argument for that is, when a man gets divorced, he rediscovers optionality, and he's like, I can go in any different direction. I can have dozens or hundreds, maybe even thousands if you're lucky, of women. I don't have to settle for any of them. And then he kind of gets lost in that. And he loses himself, he loses his direction, and his life begins to fall apart. Same thing with economic boom. When there's an economic downturn, people tend to tighten their belts. They have a shared trial that they can undergo together, and nothing brings people closer together than undergoing shared trials. They have a mutual hope for better days that they can be working towards. So we're all like, we have this superordinate goal we're all on the same page working towards. It can actually create a great deal of harmony and meaning under those circumstances. Not always, obviously, but it can. What tends to destabilize relationships more significantly is when one person starts to succeed or grow and the other person does not. This could look like one person's career just blowing up to a totally different scale. Maybe this person now has a national or international reputation. That's going to make things very difficult.
Changes the whole dynamics of the relationship.
It could be that one person has decided, no, I don't want to just sit on the couch with you every night and watch Netflix. I'm going to take care of my health. And that person starts to go to the gym and run and lose weight, and the other person is still snacking and sitting there. And there's a widening gulf between these two people. And what often can happen, unfortunately, is the person who's not growing, the person who's not succeeding, is threatened by the growth and success of the other partner and tries to sabotage that growth or to in some way control and restrict it, because they might correctly understand that if that growth continues unabated, that person's going to grow right out of that relationship. So these are some of the dark realities that happen every fucking day. Maybe they happened in your household or your parents' households. We don't really talk about them, though. But these are the dark realities that people have to contend with in their families of origin and their actual intimate relationships. Bad things don't always look like bad things. They usually don't. The worst things don't.
What's your view of marriage for both men and women?
It exists. Like, do I believe it? I believe it exists. So,
is it a good thing for men? And I guess a wealthy man is a different answer than a...
Well, as a man, I don't understand what I get from marriage that I can't get without it. And certainly for much less potential risk and downside. So I don't see how it really serves men, to be honest, in today's day and age. I think we can make a distinction between the civic institution of marriage and, let's say, the religious institution of marriage. If you are devout in your path and you feel like this is an important part of your life to make a holy vow in the eyes of God with respect to a specific woman, then I respect that, and you can do that. But you also don't have to get legally married to do that either. So, to my mind, to a woman, getting married is like winning the lottery, because there's very little potential downside. And you get a lot more power and control and leverage in the relationship as well.
And if you lose, you win.
Well, that's also something to consider is, do we incentivize divorce by awarding cash and prizes to women for dissolving it? And I say women because we know that women disproportionately initiate the vast majority of divorces. Now, should divorce exist? Absolutely. Yes. Like a world in which divorce under any circumstances whatsoever is not an option is a terrible world. Like, because I don't think anything is more conducive to cultivating abuse of all kinds than any kind of lack of accountability. It's like the biggest abuses in history have come from absolute monarchs or pontiffs who have infallibility and who could not be corrected in their wrongness. It's like, I think that no one should be so safe that they are above reasonable accountability. No one should be so guaranteed in their job position that they can continue to get a salary without working. And certainly to continue to get most of that salary even if they were to quit. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me.
As women age, they find themselves facing very different challenges than men as they age.
Yeah.
Tell me about women's timelines regarding having children and what they expect and what they think is going on.
Well, I mean, a number of these things I think everybody understands, everybody knows. We don't like to talk about these things anymore.
A lot of women think they can just wait till they're 40.
Yes, they do. And I think that has to do with a lack of understanding in the IVF process, which is functionally what they would have to rely on at 40 years old. I think the general understanding is that if I throw enough money, science will give me what I want. And I have done many consultations with guys who have gone with their wives through sometimes 10 or more unsuccessful IVF attempts in their late 30s. It costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's painful and uncomfortable for the women. There's no guarantee of success. Correction, there's actually a low guarantee of success. At 40, I think a woman has around a 2 or 3% chance of getting pregnant at any given ovulation, and IVF can raise that to maybe 15 to 20. So that's huge. That's a quintupling of the fertility rate. If I could quintuple my income overnight, I would be overjoyed. I mean, that's not something to scoff at, but it's still 15%. And a lot of these couples, they end up breaking up or getting divorced as a consequence. Childlessness is the second leading cause of divorce and separation around the world, historically. So it's like you have to kind of think about it. So a lot of women, they want to have 2 kids, okay? So let's say that 40 is a pretty hard line in the sand. Is it possible to get pregnant after 40? Yes, you need to have some money, you need to have some science, and you need to have some fairy dust. So you kind of want to have your second child at 39, which means you got to get pregnant at 38, which means you got to have your first one at 37, which means you got to get pregnant with that one at 36. And even if you jump right into marriage and you get pregnant the next day, it's like you're probably going to get married at 35. Most people, if they want a wedding, they plan that for at least a year. So they get engaged at 34. Most people get engaged to people they date at least for a couple of years. I've known people who got married after a few weeks. It never worked out well. I would not recommend it. So I would think that you'd want to date for at least a year before you make a lifelong commitment to somebody and decide to bring children into the world that you're going to be responsible for the next 2 decades. So now you're at 33, 32? So I mention this because I think I was doing a consultation with a woman who was 31, and she wanted to have 2 kids, and she said that she had plenty of time because she thought that she had until 40. She thought that she had 9 years to figure it out. But if you do that very simplified math, she didn't have 9 years, she had 9 months to meet the guy that she could date for a year before he proposed so they could have a wedding and then have their first kid and then recover and have this. It's like you can't really compress that. You certainly can't compress the biological components of that timeline. You could elope and not get married. That could be a great use of your money anyway, but you don't need to have a wedding. You could roll the dice and only date somebody for a month or 2 before you decide to get pregnant or elope. But that time has to come out of somewhere. So the idea that I have plenty of time is very dangerous. And even more dangerous was the fact that this was actually a very attractive woman that I was talking to. And even more dangerous for her, she had a high status profession. She was a medical doctor. I dated some women who are medical doctors. They are very difficult to date. We can talk about that potentially another time. But this was a beautiful, successful, high status woman who is 31, who has just crossed the threshold where her sexual marketplace value is going to become lower than many of the men that she's going to start to deal with. Now, because she was high status and because she was attractive, she was not an average woman, right? So let's be fair. A lot of guys can be inappropriately harsh towards women. It's like once they turn 30, they're not attractive. That's not true. Some women can be attractive in their 40s and beyond, very much so.
Absolutely.
But that is not the norm. That's not standard. Every woman thinks that she's going to be the exception. It's safer to assume that you're not. So the key here is most women use their 20s to either have fun, travel the world, go to a bunch of parties and clubs, explore their sexuality, have fun, or to invest in their careers and to get postgraduate degrees and well-paying jobs, etc., etc. And then once they get that figured out, they turn towards the idea of starting a family. They're acting kind of like men, in the sense of men need to build the ship. Men need to kind of have that stable lifestyle in place before they say, okay, I'm ready to take on a woman, I'm ready to take on kids. For better or for worse, women don't actually have to do that to win in the game of mating and dating. In fact, they have their best chance of winning, of being selected, when they're young and most attractive and fertile, with low body counts as well. So all those master's degrees and the prestigious positions and the fact that you're well-traveled, that doesn't really matter to a lot of guys. I think that's, again, a failure of intersectional understanding, where those are things that women tend to be attracted to in men, and so they think, oh, then if I do those things, men will be attracted to me as well, and it doesn't really work that way. By the same token, I think a lot of guys really prioritize the physicality and appearance of women, and what we've seen actually is a big swing in men towards vanity, towards the kind of calorie counting that, even just 10 or 15 years ago, I think only women would do, for better or for worse. I watched a podcast recently that said that body dysmorphia in men was set to overtake body dysmorphia in women in the next year or two. And I think that's, again, a failure of intersectional understanding, which is if I can get the optics right, the physicality right, because that's what's so important to me, then the women are going to come to me.
Yeah, this is where a better understanding of what men and women are attracted to is helpful.
Yeah, and it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same at all.
Our world has changed so much. Technology's, kind of made so many things different than they used to be. Are we exposed to too many options and choices in today's world? Were we better off when we lived in small communities?
I don't think so.
Were there only a dozen partners?
No, I don't. I think it's very dangerous to romanticize that past. Like, my grandparents met because my grandmother, I think, was one of the 3 women of marrying age in that village. I love my grandmother to death. She was a wonderful person. But I'd rather have more optionality than just the 3 women I happen to have the accident of being born next to, and then to live together for the rest of our lives. One, because it wasn't possible really to have sex prior to commitment. So that's another thing that I think we romanticize about the past is a lot of these relationships that lasted for 60, 70 years, they were horny teenagers who wanted to fuck. And the only way that they could do that was to get married. And they would have gotten divorced 50 years ago if divorce was an option. In fact, my grandparents got divorced in their 60s when they finally immigrated to the United States and divorce became an option for them. And my grandmother says that's when her life began, at 60, when she got divorced. So we don't want to necessarily romanticize relationships that stayed together forever, that were fundamentally predicated on a lack of optionality and impossibility of dissolution. So can too much optionality have a negative impact on people? Absolutely. But I think that's a better problem to have than too little, and people can learn how to operate within that optionality successfully. The real issue in today's day and age is that relationships they're going down. It's like the marriage rate today is 50% of what it was in 1970. It has never been lower in the history of the United States than it is today, the marriage rate. The divorce rate was higher in the 80s, but it's still very high. I think the divorce rate in the United States is the highest it is in the world. It's about 50% higher than it's the runner-up for that dubious position, which is South Korea. Fewer people have friends. Like in the last 10 or 20 years, 4 times now as many Americans as a couple of decades ago don't even have a single close friend or confidant. We're a very lonely generation. And very interestingly, people aren't even having sex and hooking up like they used to. According to the social survey data that just came out recently, 1 in 3 men under 30 have not had sex in the last 12 months, which means that 1 in 3 men are functionally invisible in the sexual marketplace. That's baffling. That's baffling because the under 30, that's the 18 to 30. That's generally when people meet and find their mates. Remember, the average age of marriage in this country, first marriage anyway, is 29 for a man and 28 for a woman. So that 1 in 3 men is virtually invisible in this key window of his reproductive life can't possibly bode well for anyone. Okay? So why is this? Why is it just because people have too many options? I don't think so. It's a really complicated situation. Part of the reason, however, has to do with the fact that women are doing so well relative to men. Especially in the demographic under 30, more women graduate high school than men, undergraduate college, more women have graduate degrees than men. I think for the first time in human history, a childless woman under 30 is out-earning childless men under 30. It's only by like 2 percentage points, but it's a tidal change in the history of the world as far as I understand. And this is problematic because women mate and date hypergamously. Like they want a relationship to improve their situation, not just to improve kind of slightly. That's where the marginal economics here comes into play. Like most women kind of are going to be enthusiastic about marriage and a relationship if that relationship can significantly improve her quality of life, which generally means something on the terms of an order of magnitude, like a 0. Now, if a woman is making $100,000 a year, an order of magnitude for a guy is $1 million. It's hard enough for a guy to make $100,000. But if a woman isn't even really going to consider him until he's making $500,000 or more, how many men out there have that kind of money? How many of them are single? And how many of those single men are enjoying unprecedented optionality with these women and have no fucking interest in settling down with any of them because they are now just enjoying being the king of the diving board, as it were. So women's success has the unintended consequence that it's making society more polygamous, because more and more of all the sexual optionality is being concentrated into fewer and fewer of the men. And this is not something that men are doing, because again, most of the men are having less and less sex. So if this is a conspiracy by men to make society more polygamous, men are fucking up, because more men are having less sex than has ever happened in recorded history. So this is happening because on an unconscious population level through women's sexual selection criteria, where there's just a dwindling pool of potential mates for women, and the intrasexual competition for those few men is fierce. And the vast majority, at any given moment, at least some of those men are never going to be interested in settling down so long as they can go to a different restaurant every night, as it were. So this is creating some difficulties in our society. There's a couple other things. Do you mind if I continue? So remember how I started off this conversation, that my fundamental premise in my book is that relationships are the medium in which value is transacted. What that actually means is that people don't really want relationships. They want value. Relationships are the means to the end of value, to get what they want or need. And relationships are a solution to achieving those goals. What that means, in economic terms, is that if people could get what they want or need more cheaply, more safely, and more easily than by entering into relationships with other people, they will do that. And that's precisely what we are seeing. In today's day and age, it's cheaper, easier, and safer to get what you want, what you would historically get in a relationship with another human being, in other ways. Okay? And this is especially true in the context of the age-old exchange that occurs between men and women, straight men and women, in the sexual marketplace, which is, in broad strokes, that men attempt to exchange resources for sexual opportunity, and women attempt to exchange their sexual opportunity for resources. That's how it works. And resource is like broadly defined. It doesn't just mean money. It can mean attention. It can mean security. It can mean an escape from loneliness. It can mean good dick. It can mean excitement. It can mean etc., etc., etc. So and this is exemplified. I did a consultation with a guy a few weeks ago. He got into a fight with his wife, and his wife said something that was very, very cruel and cutting, but was not necessarily false and emblematic of the time that we lived in. And what she said to this guy in the heat of passion was basically like, I can get what you provide from Tinder and TaskRabbit. And this completely took the wind out of this guy's sails to be reduced in that way, but it could be that she has a point. Like, if in today's day and age, if you're horny, you can have a one-time short-term lover. They're on drip. Oh, I like him, but I wish he came in blonde. There he is. Let's get him over here tonight. You need a guy to open your pickle jar, you can have somebody over in your house in 15 minutes to do that. You know what I'm saying? Between all of our technologies and modern conveniences, a lot of the services that we have historically discharged for each other in our relationships can be outsourced more cheaply than what is required to maintain a long-term relationship. It's the same reason why successful men have used prostitutes since the dawn of time. Successful men use prostitutes not because they can't get women. It's because courting women in the way that non-successful men do is prohibitively expensive. If my time is worth $2,000 an hour, you think I'm going to drive into town, sit down with you, who could be a nobody or just somebody I met online. I have to buy you drinks, buy you dinner, listen to your story, be charming, maybe pretend to care, and then potentially guide the interaction in the direction of a sexual experience which you could just reject and deny. So the opportunity cost associated with this is extreme for a successful man. Like, this is 4 to 5 hours of his time potentially to get there, to do the date, to get back. That's almost $8,000-$10,000 worth of value. He might not even get laid. He might not even have gotten what he wanted. And he chose this not because he had nothing better to do. He's a successful man with lots going on. So successful men will throw down $1,000, $2,000 on an escort because it's cheaper. And at least they're short of getting what they want, which is the sexual encounter. Do you understand? So again, if people can get what they want more cheaply, more safely, and more easily in other ways, they're going to do that. No one is going to choose, all things being equal, I want the more expensive option. I want the more risky option. I want the less convenient option. That's not how it is. Now, okay, so this is how it works. There are two big things that are siloing men and women, especially among millennials and Gen Z these days, which is where we see the rate of sexual relationships tanking the most. And they're very gender specific. Like, it's possible for a gender to get sucked into both of these, but that's practically not what we see happen. What we see is that pornography as a whole is trapping men, and social media as a whole seems to be trapping women. And this makes sense given the age-old bartering that it goes on in the sexual marketplace. So if men are attempting to exchange resources for sexual opportunity, well, porn doesn't quite give them the sexual opportunity, the real flesh and blood sexual opportunity. But apparently it's close enough to it that it fools enough men, and they will pay through the nose and sit in front of the screen for hours to get that virtual, simulated sexual experience and variety. By the same token, women try to exchange their sexual opportunity for resources. One of the ways that women get siloed off is through social media in general, especially like Instagram. This is because attention to a woman is like sex to a man. Attention to a woman is the most powerful reinforcer for a woman, just like sex is the most powerful reinforcer for a man. This is also why having some sort of clout or fame or reputation is so attractive to women, because if you have the spotlight on you, she can vicariously participate in that attention. If she can insinuate herself next to you, she can participate in that attention as well. Are we good on time?
All good.
Great.
No, we're back 3 hours.
Really? Okay. Yeah, the weather is terrible today, huh? So a lot of women are outsourcing their needs for attention, for validation, for approval that they might have gotten from their husbands or boyfriends to the male population at large. Now, is that the same thing as actual emotional care that you might receive in a relationship? No, just like porn is not the same thing as an actual sexual experience, but it must be close enough to ensnare a sizable proportion of women. And then you get to the more sexualized aspects of social media with things like OnlyFans, right? And this is amazing because this definitely makes it safer. A woman doesn't even have to have sex anymore. A prostitute actually has to have sex with her client. A woman on OnlyFans doesn't. No one is going to touch her because no one's even in the fucking room with her. She can also use technological leverage to reproduce her one sexual opportunity to millions of men. Whoa, okay. What does this mean? This means, for potentially the first time in human history, it might be easier for the average woman to get $1 from 1 million men than $1 million from one man. Women still want a millionaire. They still, in the sense, they still want $1 million. Like, that has never changed. The impulse is still the same. Just like in my grandmother and great-grandmother's generation, how do I get that millionaire to notice me? That's the ticket to Easy Street, right? That's still alive. It's just, so the goal is the same, but the strategy has shifted. There are more disenfranchised, lonely, horny men out there than there are millionaires. It will be easier to take $1 from each of those men in exchange for my simulated reproduced sexual opportunity than to try to attract and maintain a relationship with a millionaire. I also don't have to deal with any of my intersexual competition as well, either in the attraction phase or in the maintenance phase of that relationship, which I think is just fascinating. It's fascinating that we're living in that day and age.
And a young girl, teenager even, 18.
Well, sure. And I think a lot of these girls, what they'll do is they'll
be a millionaire.
Try that out. They'll try to get as much as they can, as fast as they can, for as long as they can. And then when they start to age out of that, which they will, they try to find a guy to wife them up. And they switch their strategies. And a lot of guys might say, well, that's disgusting. I'm not going to have a woman who's paraded her body on the internet for years as my wife. Okay, fair enough. There's a man out there who will marry her.
Some guys probably prefer that.
It's possible. There's a preference for everything that exists out there.
What's the one bit of short advice you can give to both men and women in this day and age? The best dating advice I've ever received, and I think it's good for both men and women, is one of my mentors, and he told me, Orion, the key to relationships is high hopes and low expectations. High hopes and low expectations. I think that is the truth. And it's the truth for a number of different ways. A lot of the reasons why people get hurt in the courtship and in the relationship process is they get ahead of themselves. So one thing that I teach guys is to never expect past the present moment, which is if you're using apps, for instance, if you swipe, don't expect you're going to match. If you match and you text her, don't expect she's going to respond. If she responds, don't expect that she's going to give you her phone number. If she gives you her phone number, don't expect that she'll respond there. If you set a date, don't expect that she'll show up. If she shows up, don't expect you're going to have sex. If you have sex, don't expect you're ever going to see her again, etc., etc., etc. The hard thing about that is that some guys have so little optionality with women, and they have so much hunger. They have, and I don't mean that like in a condescending way. Like, certainly guys can be desperate and horny, but there's this real authentic need in men to connect with women. And it can be excruciating to a man when he, for whatever reason, isn't able to succeed in doing that. And those feelings can get the better of that guy
and cause him to get ahead of himself. And then he ends up kind of breaking his own heart, which is always kind of what happens, is he starts to dream and fantasize a little bit beyond reality, both on the terms of this relationship and who this woman is. And then if at any stage of this process the attrition happens, he's hurt because he built up an expectation in his mind that was not fulfilled. It's also, I think, important for both men and women, to the extent that they can, to really heal themselves with respect to their emotional wounding. I think I said that, I don't know, was this off camera or not, but a lot of what people mistake for love is actually just the experience of familiarity. Okay, I wasn't crazy. So, and what does that mean? It means that we all have certain templates for how love feels and what relationships look like that were unconsciously cultivated in us in our families of origin. And we don't, as children and adolescents, really question those models. We don't yet have the critical, independent thought capable of doing that. That comes much later, and even when it arrives, some people still don't do it, right? Or it's too late. They've already gotten involved with the wrong person. But if you were fortunate enough to have a secure household with parents who stayed together and were warm and loving and respectful and peaceful, congratulations, that's fantastic. So your template is going to resonate with men or women that you can replicate that kind of relationship with, which is generally great for long-term stability. Maybe it's a little boring, but it's boring that tends to go the distance. Exciting generally fizzles out. However, if you're like me, if you're like a lot of the people I work with, you weren't that fortunate to be born in that situation, and you likely grew up thinking that your model, if you're even aware of having a model of relationships or love as such, was what love and relationships were supposed to look like. And you might have had an experience of getting involved with one chaotic train wreck of a woman after another, or one toxic, exploitative, narcissistic man after the other. It's like, pick your gender, it happens to both men and women. And this is because there was something in that person that reminded you of a dynamic that existed in your family of origin. The love and attraction you felt was actually misrecognized familiarity. And I don't know how, but you figured out that there was something about this person that would allow you to replicate that dynamic. Freud called this the repetition compulsion. Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
You know about the repetition compulsion?
Oh, I've heard of it.
It happened, he talked about it in terms of therapy, which is basically that he noticed that patients would tend over time to have the same problems with him, the therapist, that they talk about having with their parents or their lovers or the people who aren't in their room. But the way I'm using the repetition compulsion, it has to do with, I am going to unconsciously seek out women who remind me of this relationship dynamic that feels familiar because it was ingrained in me from my childhood. And I'm compelled to do that for a good reason, but a tragic reason. The good reason and the tragic reason are the same as what Freud theorized, which is basically I want to seek it out so that I can change it. It was a bad, unfulfilling, abusive, or chaotic childhood. So what I want to do is I want to reattract somebody who feels the same as that and write a different ending. I didn't like how that story ended. So I'm going to get into the same story and write a new ending out of it. Yeah, that's the ticket. And that's going to be my closure and my happily ever after all in one fell swoop.
That's what we all do.
We do it until we don't. We repeat until we remember. That's a quote from Freud. That's a great quote. The tragic nature of this is you don't fucking know how to write another ending. You've never done that. All you ever known is the way the story has been written. You can't do something you don't know how to do. So a lot of people go into this, potentially even with good intentions and high hopes, but they don't yet have the skills, the resilience, the interpersonal strategies to rewrite a new narrative with the person who feels familiar. And so, of course, they end up recapitulating that dynamic, and it tends towards chaos and conflict and dissolution, etc. And then, if you're not careful, you think, oh, all women are crazy, or all guys are dogs, or whatever it is. And that's not true. But it could be that all the women you're choosing are crazy, and it could be all the men you're choosing are dogs, and what do those equations have in common?
You picked them.
You picked them, which means on some level you're a bit crazy yourself.
All right. Orion Terabam, thank you so much. I think you're going to become a regular with me.
I had a great time.
Yeah,
this was a lot of fun. Thanks for letting me just riff.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos already.
Fantastic.
These last two.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Really just fucking amazing.
Awesome, dude.
I'm a connoisseur of heartbreak.
You're a connoisseur of heartbreak.
I wish I weren't, but
Yeah,
that's
I
how
think
it turned
we
out.
all kind of are.
I think if you love well, I mean, if you don't have any scars, how deeply have you cared?
Yeah,
On
I
some
mean,
level.
I became newly single in the world. Had a girlfriend for 2.5 years. She's gone now. And you stumble on YouTube and wherever, and you get these relationship videos that are like telling you, oh, you should do this, or especially for men. There's all these suggestions that you should.
They're for women too, but they're probably
Yeah,
targeted.
there are some for women, but the ones I get tend to be for men, and they're saying, they're quoting everyone from Schopenhauer to Jung to Carl Jung to all kinds of people, and so many of them are telling men to whoever cares less holds the power in the relationship, and to not chase a woman and hold your frame and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, I get that, and that's sound advice, but I just find that doesn't work for my personality.
Well, sure. I mean, it's a very general piece of advice. It's not going to work for every individual.
And my way ends up being where I'm willing to show how I care and how I feel, because I'm not going to chase somebody
A lot of people come to my content in the wake of a breakup or a heartbreak. And I think we can think of heartbreak as sort of like an L. It's a loss. And people tried their hardest often, and they still didn't get the outcome that they desired. That's a really hard thing. It's one thing when you kind of half-ass it and you're like, yeah, I probably could have studied for that test more. Yeah, maybe if I went to the gym more often. But when you really put your heart and soul in something and you try as hard as you can and you still come up short, that's a really bitter pill to swallow. And so people, after a loss, like athletes, they go into the video room and they watch the tape. And they're prone to ruminating over all the things that they did or didn't do, trying to figure out, if I zigged instead of zagged, could I have scored on that play? Could I have achieved a different outcome? And so they end up, one way or another, starting to listen to all kinds of experts and gurus and therapists and leaders online. And they're looking for answers, like, how do I make sense of this loss? Like, how did this happen? Because from my subjective experience, I tried as hard as I could. I was a good faith actor. Maybe I even loved to the fullest extent that I was capable, and it still didn't work. And I think one of the really difficult lessons that can be learned in the wake of that heartbreak is, unfortunately, love is not enough. And that the vast majority of people who are in relationships or even married are not married to the people who love them the most, or even they're not married to the people that they love the most. People enter into and stay in relationships for different reasons. If men and women ended up with the people who love them the most, the dating scene would look totally different. Like, can you imagine? Like, people would lead with vulnerability and caring and openness and sweetness and depth and passion. Except for the passion, you don't see a lot of those things. In fact, if you do that too early, you're just going to terrify your prospective paramour for good reason. Life is not a rom-com. And if you end up with these big grand gestures of love too soon, especially, you really don't get the outcome that you're searching for. So people are looking for answers in the wake of their loss. And one of the things that you're talking about is a lot of relationships are games of power. And that's something that people are very uncomfortable with. We'd much rather that relationships be about love and be about heartfelt emotion. But in any relationship, whether it's romantic or professional or even between colleagues or friends, the more powerful person tends to get his or her way more often, which means that that person gets more of what they want and less of what they don't. And the relationship is more on their terms, which has both pros and cons, but I think mostly pros, right? So there are many different factors that contribute to who is the more powerful player in a relationship. And one of those is the person who cares less is the more powerful player. And how that looks is, I'm more willing to walk away if my terms aren't met than you are. I need you less than you need me. That makes me more powerful in the negotiation process, because when I bluff, it's not a bluff on some level. It's like I'm really willing to walk, and I have the felt abundance that if it doesn't work out with you, I can form a fulfilling agreement with somebody else. You know, you're not the only rodeo in town.
Soft White Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives where Alice from Power Objective Line /SWSWU to save 40% off their Vantage plan. And by subscribing or even gifting it to someone you know, you're helping hold the media accountable and helping my channel directly. Thank you for watching.
Now, it's really interesting that what you say. So it is true that the person who cares less is more powerful, but there's like the caring deep down inside, and then there's like the display of caring. And those are not the same thing. Some seducers, especially men, are really good at showing displays of affection while remaining completely emotionally detached. Online, they call that love bombing. And it works on women. Like, women are now getting this kind of intensity of emotion that you only see in some movies sometimes. And especially if it's paired with a man who's already attractive in other ways, it can be extremely intoxicating for that woman. But he might be doing this to 14 different women at once, and he can do that because he really doesn't care. He's emotionally detached inside. But I also know some guys who show up and they look like stone cold gangsters, and they're like, I don't give a shit about no bitch. And it's like, okay. And then the woman leaves and they're a puddle on the floor. So there are displays of affection and caring, and then there's what actually happens deep down inside. And the person who deep down inside cares less has more power. Now, power is an interesting thing because power and love are kind of antithetical to each other. In fact, we can think of, especially love from a Christian sense, as an antidote to powerlessness. It's like in the old time when it was, might makes right, eye for an eye. How do those without power stand up to injustice and tyranny? It's just that they have the guns and we don't, kind of a thing. And that still happens in many parts of this world today, even here in California. But the answer to this problem was to say, there is a power that's higher than that might if you go down deep enough. And that shows its apotheosis in Jesus, where he was so meek and so powerless that the power couldn't break him, even though it killed him, right? Because he didn't actually die in the mythology, right? But that's how the meek can overcome the strong, is through the force of love. So love is also a form of power. It's just very different from force and strength and might. But it's one way that the traditionally powerless can compete and overcome the traditionally powerful. So caring doesn't always mean that you're powerless, but it does often mean that you get less of what you want. That's true. You go down deeper. And there's a power to that. It's like, all right, you win. Use me however you want. I don't care. I just love you. And everything that I have is yours. You can have all of me. There's nothing left of me that you can't have or don't have access to. And that's really interesting. That's an interesting behavioral tactic because it's terrifying. It's basically like you're fighting with somebody or there's some sort of contest for power and control, and you basically lay down your sword and you show your soft white underbelly, I guess, right?
Right.
And what's very interesting, and this might be a very old instinct because you see it in all kinds of predatory mammals, is they stop attacking. They stop chasing. Like most lions want to hunt. They don't want the carcass. They're not scavengers. And so there's something about that display of absolute debased vulnerability that can sap the aggressive tendencies in others. Because if that person shows himself or herself as completely powerless and meek and vulnerable, and I still attack and destroy, then I must be like the cruelest, most inhuman person imaginable. That person is taking away all of my ability to justify my own violence and aggression, which is generally how people aggress. Is like they provoked me, or they were asking for it, or if I didn't attack first, it was in self-defense. Like there's all these justifications for aggression and violence. But if you're just laying down your sword and you're meek, you kind of defeat the aggressive tendency. But it is a gamble. There are some very cruel, tyrannical people in the world.
Mm-hmm. But it brings up the question, there's a question, I think it's French or Japanese, I think, whether it's better to love or be loved. And in the person who is laying down and saying, you know what, I'm in a weakened position, I just love you, and that's just the way it is. That person is the one who is loving, not the one who is being loved.
Yeah, and that can also be a manipulation.
What would you rather be? Would you rather be in love with somebody or have them love you?
Oh, I mean, I've been in both positions.
Yeah, it's much better to be loving someone.
You think?
In my opinion, yeah.
I mean, I'm glad that I've loved and very deeply. I think that loving someone very deeply is almost like a rite of passage. It makes you into a fuller human being. Mm-hmm. It's extremely hard to do, though. It's extremely hard to do for long periods of time. It's like, for years I worked in a outpatient setting doing health therapy with cancer patients and their caregivers. And like the caregivers had such a hard time. Because if there is a practical example of having to surrender your own needs as a sacrifice for another's well-being, it's like taking care of a sick or dying partner. And sometimes it takes years for them to pass. And it's like the caregivers have to give up their own social lives and their own hobbies and interests. Maybe they have to quit their jobs. They suffer all the stress and the anticipatory anxiety. Versus in the room next door, the cancer patients, they sometimes were terrified of considering their end, but the next minute they were laughing and they were like, oh, it feels so good to be alive. And they'd be hugging each other and making jokes and sharing all the spectrum of feeling, like they wanted to live as fully as possible with the time that they had left. Whereas the caregivers were just sort of like trying to make it. They were like running an ultra marathon whose distance was unknown to them. And it was hard, and they were tired, and they were struggling. And they also it was very difficult for them to speak from that position, because they were like, how can I complain? I'm not the person with cancer. I'm not the person dying. So they keep a lot of that down, and all the sympathy and attention generally goes to the patient, not to the caregiver. So they're doing a lot, and they often feel unappreciated, which is a recipe for feeling organically resentful. But then they are embarrassed that they feel resentful, they're taking care of somebody that they love. It's a really complex and complicated situation to be in. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like it's very hard to love. I just gave the example of Jesus. So regardless of what you believe, like the historical Jesus basically did his work between 30 and 33, okay? And in the mythology of Christianity, this is God that we're talking about. God could only love for 3 years. He could do it longer if he wanted. He's God, like he could have done whatever he wanted. But like in 3 years, there was nothing left. And that's the terminus of love, is there's nothing left of you. There's nothing left of you. I hope that every ounce of my blood and my soul is used. I hope there's not a scrap of bone that's left. I want everything to be of service to you and all living creatures until I do not exist. That is the end state of love. It's complete annihilation of the self in the service of others. Sign me up, right? It's like that when people say that they're looking for love, I'm always just like, are you sure?
It's a tough game.
Really? Because when people say they're looking for love, what they're really saying is they're looking to be, which is totally different. Totally different. Loving and being loved is like the difference is like going to a restaurant to eat versus going to a restaurant to work. Like, people have a very different relationship with the restaurant depending on whether the diner or the waitress. So it's nice to be loved. It's nice to have your needs met, to be cared for, to be thought after, to be cherished, to be protected, to be seen. These things they're so satisfying.
But I would argue that it's even better to have someone in your life that makes your heart sing, makes you jump, fills your heart with desire and everything else that's related to love.
I think it's good for people to experience both things.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure, and a healthy relationship is a balance of both.
Yeah, I think in most relationships, people sort of settle into a structure, a dynamic, where, there's probably some form of reciprocation in most healthy relationships, but it's probably not exactly even.
Yeah, and
in most relationships, one person gives a little bit more.
It seems that way, but I've had relationships where we can't really figure out who cares more, who loves more, and it's a fascinating balance, because I think I've heard you say before, there's always one that loves the other one more.
Well, that does happen, and that reminds me of like Romeo and Juliet. It's like you get two people who really want to be the adorer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the adorer and the adoree.
And it's like, if I'm the adorer, it kind of forces you to be the adored. But if you also want to be the adorer, then we're going to be kind of like trying to outcompete each other for who cares more. It's like, I love you more. No, I love you more, Schmoopy. No, get out of here. There's nothing that I like more than you. And it's just back and forth, and it's kind of this lovey-dovey, sappy thing that we can potentially roll our eyes at.
Sappy, but yeah, I know what you mean.
And it can often be tragic. I mean,
sure. It depends on your appetite for risk, doesn't it?
Appetite for risk. What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, to love like that, you're risking getting your heart crushed.
That's the point, though. That's the point. Again, love is that there's nothing left. Your heart will get crushed.
Yeah.
And it will be broken, but maybe that's how the light gets in.
Yeah, and that's my game. In my relationships, I tend to do that, and I risk getting my heart
What did
out.
Jesus say? Like, lest a grain of wheat fall to the ground and die, it remains a grain of wheat. I think. I haven't read my Bible in a while. It's along those lines. It's basically like, yeah, if the grain does not break open, it dies because
Destabilized the soil in the industrial sector. Building roads on it is not a great idea. But there is an old railway track, so the plan is to build a road over it. That should get our convoy to the production facilities without too much trouble. And there's something else you can do if you have the time. Deliver steel beams to the production facilities and install the strengthening plates near the industrial base. If you do that, we can allocate you more support on your operations there. Never say no to more support, right?
because it never sprouts and becomes new life. So it's also like he who tries to preserve his life will lose it, and he who gives it away will be saved, kind of a thing. It's this weird spiritual alchemy at the very highest level, and that's what love is. Love is not a positive feeling. Think about it. If it was a positive feeling, how do you love your enemies? You'd have to be psychotic. How do you actually feel positive affection for someone who might be trying to kill you? Like literally. Because that happens in the world. Like, oh, he's so sweet, the way he bombed my village. It's like, that would be ridiculous. Love is not a positive emotion. It's also not like the feeling of being in love. That's more limerence. That's the kind of giddiness, your heart soars kind of thing, in my opinion. Love is almost like, sometimes it can just feel like a duty. It can feel like, I don't want to love this person, let alone my enemy or my neighbor. This person is getting on my nerves. Mm-hmm. This person is annoying. This person is unattractive. Why do I have to fucking love them?
You grow a lot in those relationships, though.
Well, sure, you do. And it's also nice to be in relationships with easygoing, pleasant, attractive people.
For sure. The relationships are fascinating.
Yeah.
So many different types.
I think that on some level you can either love very deeply or you can get what you want. And it's very difficult, if not impossible, to do the same thing simultaneously. Because eventually what you want will come into conflict with what the loved one wants. And if you insist on getting what you want, then in that moment you're not being loving. It's very hard to do both. It might be impossible. I do think that heartbreak can be a pivotal point in people's lives. It has been for me. I've had my heart broken several times. And the last time was sort of the beginning of the next chapter of my life. I don't know if I've said this on this channel, but I am a romantic in recovery. Like, as bad as you are, Mark, I might have been worse.
Really?
Yeah, I was a very intense adolescent, young man. I was dealing with a lot of death and loss from an early age. That was scary and terrifying to me, but was also completely alien to most of the other kids that I related to. So I felt very alone. My family also broke up around that time. And I was very bright and full of a lot of emotional intensity that didn't really know what to do with itself. So I spent a lot of time by myself, but also like looking for high answers. Like, I got into transcendental meditation as a teenager. I studied philosophy and comparative religion. Like, I was looking for answers to why do bad things happen to good people? Why do people suffer? Why is there evil in the world? Like, since I was 15. In a very serious way. I didn't always understand the things that I was reading at the time, but I made the best effort that I could because I was just in pain. And I thought that somebody somewhere must have had an answer to this question. And it was strangely hard to find because it did seem like these were kind of the fundamental questions about being alive. And I didn't understand why people weren't talking about it, why these answers weren't so well known. I just assumed that the answers existed and I just needed to do the appropriate research. Turns out it's much more complicated than that. But I spent a lot of time by myself, and I also was reading a lot of philosophy and 19th century literature. I got into the movies. I didn't have a lot of socializing experience back then. And for me, women were, I got bit bad. I still am bit pretty bad, but it's like, I don't know, right around puberty and my senses opened up and it was just like there was this beautiful new creature called woman, and I was like, and she was in front of me this whole time, my whole life. It's like I was seeing her for the first time and I was feeling all of these things that I never felt before. And she seemed so beautiful but dangerous at the same time, and I didn't know how to talk to her. I still tried because I was just so powerfully drawn to certain people, and it generally didn't go very well. I was very bold. I would just like go up and be like, "You're beautiful," as if like a 16-year-old. Can you imagine? And I just, can we like go out sometime? I really, really like you. And that never worked. So I also dealt with a lot of rejection back then. But I was pretty solitary. And I think in the absence of real knowledge about women and real experience actually engaging with them, in conjunction with all the things I was learning from my culture and the movies and the music, I had this very romantic attitude towards women. And I kind of idolized them, like I put them on a pedestal. And that made them even more attractive and even more terrifying. So that didn't really work. But, you know, I tried lots of different ways of relating through my teens and 20s. Had my heart broken a few times in that decade. And then eventually I got into a relationship, around 30. And that was probably the furthest I had gotten in the direction of getting married and having a traditional relationship. We were living together. We were both in the same religious community. And it felt like we had the same values. And I can kind of see a vision where we would like continue on in this group and have a family. But it turned out that when we actually shared a space, I realized that we were pretty fundamentally incompatible, and it wasn't going to work. And that was tough because I had already kind of made the emotional decision to love this woman, and I'd already made the decision that I want her to be the one that this happens with. But the more time I spent with her, the more my mind was just like, oh, Ryan, you cannot do this. Like, it will be nothing but pain and suffering for you if you continue to commit to this woman, which was hard because like my head and my heart were telling me totally different things. And I realized that I was kind of fucked in the sense that no matter what I chose, I was going to suffer because I'd have to do violence to some part of myself. If I listened to the rational part of my mind that was telling me this is very incompatible, there's all these red flags and all these problems, I would have to do violence to my heart, which has already decided that I want this woman. By the same token, if I followed what my emotions were telling me, I'd have to do violence to my mind. And I'd have to like shut off my brain or pretend I didn't see the things that I saw, or distract myself with busyness or work or who knows, to kind of prevent me from really coming into cognitive contact with these things. And I think I was right. I think the relationship wouldn't have worked out, and that would have been a form of suffering too. So I decided that if it was going to be suffering either way, I should at least choose the path that takes me more where I wanted to go. And I didn't think that that relationship had a chance. If I were to get married, I think I would have been divorced within 3 years or so. And I just didn't. Why kick the can down the road? So I pulled the plug on that relationship, which was very, very hard. It was harder than I expected. And we went our separate ways. And I was devastated because I thought that this was going to be the one that I was going to get married and start a family with, right? And it wasn't the first time that this has ended in heartbreak. It was the hardest so far, but it wasn't the first. And, you know, after a few weeks or a few months of really suffering, I had to come to the conclusion that, like, if I knew what women wanted, if I knew what made relationships work, this wouldn't keep fucking happening. Like, I look around at some of my friends, and I was like, they're not any better men than me. They're certainly not smarter or more attractive. It's like, if they can do it, I don't understand why it seems like I'm having so much trouble. But I clearly was. And so I had to come to the possibility that maybe my fundamental assumptions about what women wanted and how relationships were wrong. And on some level, it's strange that it took me that long to get there, because I had a model about who women were that predated any interaction, any actual relationship with women. And the likelihood that model was actually going to accord with reality was infinitesimally small in retrospect. But this was a model that was built on, you know, the platitudes that people say to young men. Oh, just be a good man. Just be kind, just be patient, tell her your feelings, and she'll come around. You know, there's, or the grand gestures in the movies. It's like, oh, I just need to show her that I love her more than anybody else does. And then she's going to be like, oh, geez, of course. Orion. Yeah, there we go. That isn't, so there's a lot of these things that are, sometimes they're spoken directly and explicitly, but most of the time they're just like kind of floating around in the culture, in the music, in the movies, in things that your uncle says or that you hear from your girlfriends or something like that. It's almost like gossiped whispering.
A lot of irresponsible advice in popular music.
Yeah, and you can see that reflected in the success rate of most relationships. It's like, if the stuff floating around was accurate and effective, why would the divorce rate be what it is? Why would people have so much trouble finding each other and staying together? It's like, I would love to be wrong, but the best counter-argument would be that there would be higher success rates and more satisfying relationships all around, right? So that was the moment. Like, I had to go through this intense heartbreak to finally get to this place where I said, well, maybe I'm just fundamentally wrong. So I'm going to approach this like a scientist should. A scientist, at least ideally, doesn't know what's going to happen until he runs the study. In practice, most studies, people already have a result that they're gunning for. It's a very big problem in modern scientific research. But in the true scientific method, it's like, teach me. I don't know. I have to run the experiment. And I'm going to let the data tell me what I should believe, no matter how surprising or incongruous.
So, it seems we're missing a barge. The flooding swept it away before anyone could unload the cargo. Don't you hate it when that happens? Anywho, the cargo happened to contain materials for the drainage system repairs. Go check out the port, see if you can spot any cargo. Because without, you might be swimming in sewage soon.
congruent with my expectations, it might be. And to build a model of reality based on outcomes. And so that's kind of what I did over the next several years. I started to really divest myself as much as I could of all of my pre-existing assumptions and beliefs about women. Maybe I'm just going to pretend I'm an alien who just came to this planet and I'm doing sociological field research for my home country or something like that. And so I'm going to go out and I'm just going to talk to as many women as I possibly can. I think in that 1 year, I probably went on 300 dates, at least. So it's like I've made a joke that I've gone on more first dates than most people have gone on dates. I really wanted to dial that in. And I tried things that I had never tried before. I mean, if you want a different result, you kind of have to do something different. If you haven't found it, you can't keep looking for it in places that you've been before. You have to explore new territory.
What kind of things did you learn in 300 dates?
One is how useful it can be to not hide your attraction. And this was a big one for me. I think it was a big one for a lot of men. I think that on some level, I was ashamed of my sexuality in a sense of like, I thought that my desire, my sexual desire for women would be like disgusting or shameful, that's not what good men do, or good boys anyway. It's like you're just supposed to love and respect her. Don't think with that part of your anatomy. Pretend that part doesn't even exist. And because of that, because I kind of rejected myself on some level, because I didn't really fully accept and approve of my own sexuality, I would try to hide it. And so that was sort of like the romantic backdoor method, which is, oh, no, I'm not like those other guys. I don't want to just, sex? I mean, I guess maybe if it happens, but I want to get to know you. I really want to hold hands and walk on the beach and really understand you. And that doesn't fucking work. You know, it doesn't work if you want to enter into a relationship with most women. And I think this was one of the hardest things for me to try to get over, because I expected that if I started to be explicit and upfront with my sexual attraction, that I was going to get slapped, that I was going to have drinks thrown in my face, that I was going to be called all kinds of nasty names. And that never happened. Not once. And I've done that to hundreds and hundreds of women at this point. Of course, not all of them reciprocate that attraction. That's okay. Like the worst a woman has ever done to me when I've tried to chat her up is I've gone up to this beautiful woman in a bar in San Francisco a while back, and I just said, hey, I'm Orion, what's your name? And she just kind of like looked me up and down and then just silently turned away. Didn't even say I'm not interested.
Cold.
I was like, okay, have a good night. And I licked my wounds for about 2 minutes, and then I was talking to somebody else on the other side of the bar. So that was the worst that ever happened to me. I do think that a lot of pickup, or at least just chatting up a woman, has to do with the vibe that you give off. And if you don't make any quick movements, if you kind of show yourself as being, hey, nothing up my sleeve, I'm just here because I saw that you looked gorgeous in that dress. I would kick myself if I left without speaking to you. So, what's your name? It's an authentic desire. Like, I'm coming up to her because I thought, oh, damn, look at that woman. I'm not going to say that to a woman I didn't actually feel that with. So this is actually a form of emotional vulnerability. Mm-hmm. A lot of, it's that word, vulnerability, is a tricky one. Because it does work, but most people think vulnerability is just all of the scars and wounds and darkness inside of us, which it can be, but it's not only that. It can be actually more dangerous to share with somebody else the things that you really like than the things that you hate. to share your positive emotions than your negative emotions. Your positive emotions are precious and fragile. And if you hand them to the wrong person, it could really, really hurt in a way that the negative stuff, there's not as much of a risk. So there can be a vulnerability in actually showing your enthusiasm and showing your desire and showing your attraction. And that's, women respond to that because you're like giving them emotional energy. And if they like what they see or they feel the vibe is right, they'll hit the ball back with the same emotional timbre. And so a lot of conversations with women really have to do with hitting an emotional ball back and forth. And you're just using words as containers for that emotion, because you can't just be like, you have to put them into something that's concrete for adult communication. But you're really talking about the vibe, the emotion that's within those words. And I was shocked also by how much women wanted to fuck. I always thought that was a guy thing. Oh, guys are just dogs. All they care about is one thing. And it's like, well, they could only get it if the women were enthusiastic participants too. So it's like
women want it more than men.
Often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Depends on
I don't know. Men can be super horny. It's true. A woman at the right phase of her cycle can give a man a run for his money, though. I'll tell you that. But I also thought, so that was another eye-opening. Another one was, I thought you have to do all this song and dance. You have to take them out to dinner. You have to listen to their stories. You have to open doors. You have to go on a first date, second date, third date, and then maybe sex happens. It's like, no, I've had sex with a woman 20 minutes after I've met her. Like, if that weren't possible, then places like Ibiza couldn't exist. It's like you got people from all over the world, they speak different languages, but here they are and the music is flowing and the bodies are joining. It's like attraction doesn't need to know your name. Attraction doesn't need to speak your language. Attraction doesn't need to know where you're from or how many siblings you have or what your hopes and dreams are. Attraction wants to fuck. It's like, on some level, the purest, most fundamental way that human beings all over the world are connected to each other. It's like we have our ideological differences, we have our cultural differences, we come from different families and backgrounds, and we have different values and orientations. But ultimately, all of that goes out the window if there's a raw physical attraction to each other. And this is the basis of some of our greatest love stories, of course. Mentioned Romeo and Juliet. It's no accident that their parents hated each other. It's like they come from warring backgrounds. Some of the greatest love stories were the prince and princess of two warring kingdoms, right? So attraction doesn't care about any of that shit. And I actually think that that's kind of cool. You know, there's a few things that transcend all of those things. It could be music is one of them, especially just like the beats, the rhythms, as opposed to the vocals. Athletics can do that. I think that's the ideal of the Olympics anyway, is like, we're going to put all this aside and just see who's the fastest. Boys are boys forever, I suppose. They always want to know who the fastest is. Mm-hmm. And it's like sex. So these are things that like actually join humanity together. They're not evil, bad, sinful things to do. And I think when people approach it from that perspective, they, like me, or the way I used to be, haven't fully accepted their own sexuality. It's very interesting because we live in a very strange age, to be honest. It's I do think that to be a straight man in 2025, we straight men can take a page from gays. I had a lot of gay friends from my time as an actor, and things have changed in the last 30 years or so. But almost every gay man that I know personally has told me at some point that if there was a pill that he could have taken as a teenager that would have made him not gay, he would have taken it. And I understand a little bit of this story, which is it's hard to be different in that way. There are still a lot of judgment and stigma about it. It could disappoint parents or family members. I know people who were disowned by their families or kicked out of their church. In some countries, it's a threat to your life. And so these people are like, oh man, I feel this attraction, but oh geez, can I be straight? Like almost every gay man that I know has tried to have relationships with women. And usually, according to them, it doesn't really feel that great, doesn't feel right, and they continue to desire after what they desire. And at some point, they come out of the closet, which has the beginning of their self-acceptance, which is like, you know what, I cannot live my life hiding this part of me, pretending that I'm someone that I'm not. I understand that I might lose some friends or family members, that I might offend other people, but the alternative is that I live an inauthentic life and I spend my life hiding from everybody. And that sounds even worse. So fuck it. I'm ready and willing to do this. And if the people who judge me for this want to leave, God bless them. Adios. But I can't do that anymore. So, and nowadays in 2025, they have parades and they're like walking down the street and waving their flags and being like, my sexuality is beautiful and it's not, this is who I am. It's like, okay, fair enough. But I can't tell you, Mark, how many men that I've done consultations with in their 40s and their 50s, and they're like, Orion, I feel like there's something just like wrong with me, man. Like maybe I'm just a broken individual. I just want to fuck a lot of women. And I'm like, well, yeah. And he was like, well, what do you mean? It's like, welcome to being a man. It's like, it doesn't necessarily mean you actually go out and fuck all those women. It depends on your relationships and your commitments. But like, yeah, you never stop desiring other women. And he's like, does that mean that there's not something broken or wrong with me? And I was like, no, dude, that's just being a heterosexual man. And so there's like, straight men in modern society are like 30 years behind gay men in just like accepting certain parts of their sexuality. The parts that run counter to the conventional narrative of how relationships and marriage are supposed to work, and certainly the needs and desires of women. It's like, I think that there is a time for straight people, men and women, to kind of get a little queer in the sense of like, we don't all have to do it the same way. We don't have to have our marriages and relationships look the same way. Because right now it's kind of this all or nothing thing. Either we get married and we go on that path and we live together and we're sexually exclusive and we have kids and we have a mortgage, or we just like play the field if we can, or we fall into some form of loneliness or bad faith. And there's no room for experimentation in between. It's all or nothing. And that's a problem. Like the old ways are falling apart. This way is failing too many people. And too many people are saying, well, fuck it. I would just rather nothing than run that risk or suffer that consequence. But I think that there's a lot of space between those two. And I think it's kind of time for straight people to look inside of themselves and be like, you know, what is my sexuality really about? How do I really want to live? My relationship doesn't have to look like my parents or my grandparents or my neighbors. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's anything bad, shameful, or wrong about how I want to live. I mean, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's more socially acceptable for a man to fuck multiple people if he's gay than if he's straight. If he's gay, it's like, you do you, go, yay. If it's a straight guy fucking multiple women at the same time, this is a narcissist. He's just taking advantage of these women. Oh my, what a toxic man. It's like,
that's a very good point.
That's kind of a strange double standard there, because according to the research, David Buss talks about this in The Evolutionary Desire, the only real difference between straight men and gay men are where they want to stick it. I mean, they want just as much sex as the other side does. And it's not like, I mean, there used to be this stigma about homosexuality. It needs to be a mental disorder, right, in DSM. And there was all these ideas that homosexuality was really just based on, some kind of perversion come from trauma or an organic brain abnormality or something like that. They really tried to find all kinds of different pathological reasons for its origin. No, they're just like, if that's pathological, then so is being a straight man, because it's like they want to fuck just as much, and they get bored just as easily, and they want novelty and they want quantity, and they're often more able to compartmentalize sex and love and commitment.
Do they look for actual love as much as straight?
We have a few new things to do. First, we need the cargo from the barge, the one that washed away upriver. I know, inconvenient. If you could search for it to the north of the port, along the river, maybe you'll get lucky. Second, some local fishermen have kindly offered us the use of their navigation equipment. We'll need that so we can open the port for incoming ships. A utility truck loaded with it is waiting for you at Fisherman's Isle. All you need to do is drive it to the port. Any cargo you find along the way, return it to there. And while you're at it, the port could use a good cleanup too.
Straight men?
Well, they do now. I mean, what's interesting in 2025, it's like, in my understanding, the high in the gay status hierarchy, what's the highest that you can attain is that you're married, you've maybe adopted some kids or you had them through surrogacy, and you own a house together on Twin Peaks. It's like the gay fantasy has become the squarest, straightest goal. It's very strange to me. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of variation in how you can be gay, which I think is great, because there's like no one standard way, which allows each couple to kind of think, well, how do we want to do this, without assuming that the other person knows what it's supposed to look like. And so a lot of that has to be more explicitly negotiated in gay relationships, whereas straight people are like, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, right? Right. And they think that communication just happened there. But what does that mean? Oh, that means that we're monogamous. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? People fight about that all the time. I saw the way that you laughed with that barista. It's like, what are you talking about? We were just joking around. You know, it didn't make me feel good. Well, what are you talking about? It's not like I fucked her. Yeah, but I don't think that you should be doing those kinds of things now that you're in a relationship. It's like the boundaries get revealed when they're transgressed over the course of a relationship. And both parties are surprised that this fight is happening because they thought they were on the same page about what monogamy meant or what being boyfriend and girlfriend meant or husband and wife, etc. And those things, of course, can still happen in gay relationships, but they're less likely to happen because they have to explicitly negotiate things. Like, who are we going to tell? Are you out to everybody? Like, do we bring other people into this relationship? How often? Etc. Like, do you know, etc., etc., right? So I do think that there's an opportunity here where straights can be like, you know what? Maybe I can have a relationship that's more custom tailored to my needs and desires, that actually works for me, as opposed to trying to fit myself into this monolithic idea of what a marriage or a straight relationship is supposed to look like. Like, you can be in my opinion, you can be very straight, like heterosexual, and also very queer. in the sense that you're going against the conventional understanding of how relationships are supposed to look.
They're changing a lot lately.
Yeah, and it's terrifying some people. But there's also an opportunity there. I talk about that in the last chapter of my book. It's like there is a crisis. The old ways are falling apart. And there are some pundits that really want to go back to kind of a 1950s romanticized version of relationships with traditional gender roles and Christianity and all that jazz. And maybe that's going to work for some people, but I don't think the genie goes back into the bottle. I don't think we're going back. That said, I don't think we have to allow everything to go to shit and fall apart. And it's just like this weird free love where everyone belongs to everybody else, Brave New World style. There's a lot of space between those two extremes. Like, let's stop splitting. Let's stop this dichotomous, polarizing thinking and have some nuanced middle ground solutions, and to accept that what works for one person or couple isn't going to work for another. That's fucking okay. That's all right.
Very, very interesting new world we're living in.
It's exciting. I mean, there is the possibility that more people could potentially get more of what they want. I also learned that the idea that if sex happens too soon, that somehow compromises the possibility of respect or a long-term committed relationship, that's bullshit. That's true. That's not true. I've had numerous long-term relationships with women that I entered into sexual relationships with on the first date or the second date. I think that is fair game, especially if you want a lot of your relationship to be about sex, which I think there's a good argument to make should be in a lot of relationships. Think about it. It's like the sine qua non of professional relationships. What makes them professional is that you get paid. There's a transfer of money. Yeah, there's these other things. You find fulfillment in your job. You provide a service to humanity, etc. But like ultimately, what makes a professional relationship professional is the exchange of money. And I think in those relationships, it's a good idea to prioritize money over those other concerns. Like, it's true that people need meaning and service and connection, but they don't need that at a job. And for most people, the only place they will get money, which they need, is at a job. Therefore, they should put the money ahead of everything else. All things being equal, if you can tolerate the job, choose the one that pays the bills the most. And then find your pleasure and your meaning and your fulfillment and your connection elsewhere. This modern idea that a job is supposed to be fulfilling and fun and meaningful, I think is ridiculous. It's like, that's putting too much pressure and expectation on a job. It's not built to handle or carry all of those expectations, to fulfill all of those needs. Doesn't mean that they're not important, but it doesn't mean you have to get them fulfilled at the job, right? By the same token, what's the one place that most people get sex? Their romantic relationships, right? So, yeah, you want a best friend, but like, you can have a best friend. Like, you don't necessarily need the person you're having sex with to be your best friend. You can have a best friend and a person that you're having sex with. Oh, well, I like somebody to kind of do things with. Okay, so it's like maybe you need some activity buddies. So, well, I want somebody who like cares and understands. Well, maybe you need like a confidant or a therapist. It's like when people start to put all of these expectations on one single relationship, that this person should be my best friend and my soulmate and my mistress, playboy bunny, and my therapist and my cheerleader and mommy or daddy, either to children or to me or to her, right? Then it's just much less likely that you're going to find a satisfying relationship. And it's much more likely that that relationship will fail because chains are kind of only as strong as their weakest link, and no one is going to be 5 stars across the board in all of those different roles. I think it's much better to just get those needs met in other relationships, which is how we've evolved to live. We've evolved in small communities and tribes where people had soft contacts and relationships with hundreds of people. And marriage was more or less a small business. And just like, which is the business of raising a family. And within that business, there were very clearly defined roles. And just like in a business today, you don't have to love who you work with. You don't even have to like who you work with. You just have to both do your jobs while you're on the clock. And it's great if you like your coworkers, but it's not necessary. What's necessary is the job gets done. Okay? And if you wanted to have fun, well, that's what the holidays and the festivals were for. If you wanted to fuck, that's why you have mistresses. If you wanted to like talk about sports or politics, that's why you had buddies that you could like go down the road to the pub with. But people don't have a lot of buddies anymore, especially adult men. And we don't live in tribes, and we live in disconnected communities. It's hard to even call them communities anymore. People move around so much. We don't live in extended kin networks. It's not like I can go just to the house next door and have a heart-to-heart with my dad whenever I want to. I guess I can call him up, but it's not the same. So we have fewer and fewer relationships, but we still have the needs that those relationships were designed to discharge, and so we bring them to our romantic partner, which overburdens that relationship. But just like money is what you get from profession, like what makes a sexual relationship is sex. So I think it's actually a really important criteria. And to pretend that that's superficial or that's base or immature, I think is actually not seen clearly. I think what might be mature is to make a lot of money from your job, to have a very satisfying sex life in your sexual relationships, to have really good friends with your buddy relationships, to have service-oriented relationships in your church or in your community. It's like, don't take your grocery list to the hardware store, as they say. It's like different relationships do different things better. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just like choosing the right tool for the job.
What do you think of the future of romance?
Oh, it's gonna look strange.
It gets weirder every 6 months.
Excuse me?
It gets weirder every 6 months.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get a lot weirder. It's gonna get a lot weirder with AI, in particular. I mean, the AI is gonna fuck up dating a great deal, because you already have a lot of these frustrated, disenfranchised young men. What is it, like 40% of men under 30 have not had sex in the last year, so they're functionally invisible in the sexual marketplace.
And someone's going to come out with an AI person.
They already are, man. And some of them, they look very realistic. I'll tell you that. And they're only going to get more realistic. And they're going to have natural voice. They're going to have a memory. They're going to be able to say your name and know your preferences and do exactly what you want them to do. And I'm sure that eventually they're going to come out with some form of robotics or sensory things, so you can like put on a suit and a VR helmet and just like be with your virtual girlfriend, and you have a Stepford wife. It's not obviously a flesh and blood woman, but what is a need? That's an interesting line of inquiry. It's like, is a need like physical, or is a need mostly psychological? When people say that I need support, okay, that's a need that people have. Can I get it from a friend over the phone? Well, already we've abstracted the support from the physical reality, right? You're not actually even listening to your friend anymore in reality. You're listening to a transduced electric impulse through the phone. You listen to a voice that's actually not his voice. It's a mimicry. But we fill in the gaps, and we're familiar enough with the technology that we think, oh, I'm talking to my friend. So if you can get support, that need really met over the phone or a video call, then you are already on a slippery slope towards, well, let's further abstract away from reality and see if we can still meet that psychological need. And I think that we can go pretty far. The question is, it has to still be mostly convincing. If it's not sufficiently realistic, it'll feel uncanny, and it'll be very off-putting, and it won't satisfy. But I think the number one or the number two reason why most people are using, let's say, ChatGPT these days is for emotional support and companionship. They're using it as a friend or as a therapist. They're telling it about their day, or asking them questions about what should I do with my boyfriend or my girlfriend. And that wasn't like the advertised feature of that product. Like, they didn't come out with ChatGPT to say this is a companion bot. That's just what people organically en masse decided that they would use it for. It's like, okay, is that sad? Is that pathetic that these people don't have friends or close ones that they can confide in? I mean, I guess we could judge that. But I don't see really the purpose of doing so. And if that tool mostly satisfies that need, what's the problem? Now there's slightly less potential suffering in the world. Oh. Now, what's really dangerous about ChatGPT is it's just a co in so many different ways. Like, unless you give it very specific instructions, it's always just gonna be like the bad stereotypical therapist that just validates your perspective, says that you're so brave and courageous, right, and like hypes you up for the next thing. Mm-hmm. It's never that you did anything wrong. It's never that your judgment is inaccurate. It's never that you have to change. It's just that that man was a narcissist, or that woman is just a materialistic gold digger or something. Its job is to support you. It's not here to disagree with you, or to challenge you, or to force you to grow. It's there to provide support. And that's actually the most dangerous thing, both about that form of therapy and about how most people are using ChatGPT.
Everyone will stop growing.
Yeah, they're locked. It's bad enough when, you have an argument with your boyfriend and you go off to your 3 girlfriends and gossip, and they're all going to be like, you should just leave him. You're the greatest. He doesn't know what he has. It's like, that's the little committee. And that's an echo chamber that's dangerous enough for a lot of relationships, especially if those women don't have the relationship that you would want to have. Are they single? Are they happily partnered, etc.? But now you don't even have people anymore. You just have one entity that won't deviate from its protocol ever, as long as you just go for it for support. It will support you while you're burning, while you're starving, while you're dying. It will continue to support you because you haven't told it to do anything else. Mm-hmm. And hopefully people have enough common sense to know that, maybe I'm the common denominator in all of my problems, and maybe I do share some responsibility for the hardships that I'm experiencing, but I don't have high hopes. Like, that doesn't come naturally to the vast majority of people. That only comes through significant pain where there's like nowhere else to turn. Eventually it all comes crashing down, and every once in a while some people are forced to acknowledge, fuck, I was present at all of my misfortunes. That.
Just on a little flooded island there. Nothing better than working with the locals to help their communities recover. As jaded as I am, it brings a tear to my eye. Almost.
This is the coincidence that I can no longer ignore. Maybe there's something about me or how I'm showing up to reality that could be contributing possibly to my difficulties. And it's like, that's the beginning of
Yeah, but that's going to be a small percentage.
Yeah, and it's usually when, again, they have nowhere left to turn. They have nowhere left to blame. Because everything is on fire. And sometimes people just burn. So it's no guarantee.
All right, Orion, always interesting. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on relationships. We'll do more of these, I'm sure.
This was great, Mark. Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you so much. All right. When I was designing the first Softwood Underbelly book, I realized that there were so many great portraits that weren't going to make it into that book. They just wouldn't fit. And once I saw how well that first book sold...
There's only two things you need to know about relationships or before you pursue a relationship with someone. The health or the quality of a relationship is dependent on two things. Number one, who you choose to partner with. And then number two, who you decide you're going to be in that relationship. How you decide, who you decide to be and how you decide to show up. Those two things. That's the secret. But most people don't choose the right partner for them because they don't understand the gravity of that choice. And they think, if I'm attracted to you, well, that's enough. But to make a relationship work long term, there has to be more than love, there has to be more than attraction.
Are you ideally looking for someone who is like you have a lot of things in common with, or are you looking for somebody who's going to force you to grow?
It's a combination of things. A lot of things in common, not so important. What's important is that you have core values that are similar. That you have core values. The rest, not so important. And then forced to grow, I think forced to grow and also someone who you can grow with instead of grow apart.
It becomes complex very quickly.
Well, I think, if you were to think about hiring a business partner, what steps would you take before deciding who you would hire to be your business partner? You would want to know about this person's character. You would want to know about some of their habits. You would want to know what their values are, what their vision is for the company, for the business that you're building together. And you would want to know that you two are a good fit. Not the same, but a fit. It's the same thing with a life partner.
And sometimes complementing each other, like having
absolutely
strengths that are not your strengths.
Absolutely, that's very important, super important. And people don't think about that. I mean, I know I never did before doing this work. It was more just like, we have a connection, and that's important, or we have intense chemistry. All of that is important, but that's not enough to sustain a relationship over the long term. You have to be like partners in crime, in a way.
And childhood plays a huge part in all of this, right?
Childhood plays a role. Our past experiences play a role. And then, our beliefs play a role, and our values play a role. Lots of things play a role. So it's about choosing well. And I think that probably the most important decision a person will ever make is who they decide to spend their lives with.
It seems a lot of people will choose love before they've done the work on themselves. Today's video is sponsored by BetterHelp. After my recent loss, I was having to give you ending on Trustpilot. BetterHelp. Thank you for watching. It seems a lot of people will choose love before they've done the work on themselves.
And look, there isn't, let me go work on myself and then I can be in a relationship. Every circumstance is different. Like, let's say you go through a difficult breakup or a divorce. ideally, what one does is take some time to self-reflect. What was my role in this? What worked, what didn't work? What did I learn about myself, what it is that I need, and what it is that I want? What do I need to work on? And for some people, they do need to do some more rigorous work on themselves. But most of the time, it's self-reflection. It's maybe taking some time. But you could do so much work on yourself, but you're never going to be 100% prepared, because it's when you're in the relationship and relating to another sovereign person, that's where the real work is. So when we say, well, no one has done any work on themselves, it's like no one's done any, like, hey, what's my contribution to, the shit that I've been a part of? That's really the work on oneself. Or what are some of the things that are getting in the way of me having the relationship that I want? Do I love men but also hate them? Do I love women but also hate them? Did I see my parents argue in a particular way, and I've inherited that style of arguing or that style of conflict, and it's not helping me, so I have to go in a different direction? There are lots of people out there who are walking around having never asked themselves these questions, having never taken the time to reflect on themselves and their contribution. And those are the people you want to stay very far away from when it comes to a relationship.
Fear shapes so much of our behavior in these kind of relationships. Fear of getting rejected, fear of getting hurt, fear of everything.
Yes.
And it cripples some people, it seems. What are the most common mistakes you see people making in romantic relationships?
Well, the fear of not being good enough, which then leads to this sort of pathological fear in some people that they are going to be deprived of love. They're going to be abandoned or whatever it is. Some people are afraid being consumed by the relationship. But that's also, a lot of people, they either fear losing themselves or they fear losing the other person, right? But mostly what people are afraid of is not being good enough. Some of the biggest mistakes. Selfishness. And that's, it's an interesting thing because you can actually be a very generous, selfless person and be known for that and be a wonderful friend. But what happens when you're in a romantic relationship? If we're insecure, if we are having a hard time, we tend to only focus on what we're not getting, and we don't focus on what we're not giving. Some people, they are a really common thing, and people do this to protect themselves. They will hyper-focus on everything that's wrong about their partner and not see what's right. There's so many different patterns. A lot of people have the pattern, both men and women, of wanting to rescue someone. They think, I can change this person, or my love can transform them, or, I can fix them. That's really, really common. And I see that in both men and women.
I heard something recently on social media where someone said something about when you see potential in someone, what you're actually seeing is what you would do if you were in their shoes.
Interesting.
And doesn't mean that the person you're seeing these possibilities in, doesn't mean that person has any of the ability or the inclination to do these things.
That's an insightful comment. No, it's very true because we're projecting all the time.
You're projecting what you would do in their shoes.
Yes. And you are imagining who they could be instead of loving who they are right now. Mm-hmm. A lot of people do that. This is very common. They don't see the person who's right in front of their face. They see who they could be based on these projections.
Yeah.
That's a very dangerous thing, because what happens then is then you get into a relationship and the other person starts to resent you, because we can feel when someone's trying to change us. And then we start to resent them because they never actually become who we want them to be. So you really have to love the person as they are. You can see their potential, but you have to be okay with who they are today. And if you're not, they are not a project. But a lot of people get into relationships unconsciously turning their partner into a project.
Do you think more women do that or men do that to their partners?
I think, I used to think it was more women who do that, but I'm not quite sure, because, but it looks different. The conquest for a man who dates women would be, let me find the woman who's just like a broken bird or messed up, and I will be her protector and fix her, and I'll save her. Yeah. Women who date men in particular, they're not really looking to protect. They're looking to transform darkness into light. They're looking to transform the